Oh, so you were saying I could add one of these to it.
Yeah, because your father would be able to help you get some of these, and it wouldn't even cost you probably the full crafting value, because like it's already halved, and then he was offering to like do one for free basically, because it's like it's your fucking dad and family.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah,
Get
I
that
think I
fancy armor.
Yeah, right. I actually had, thanks to Nikki's help, I have a dock around here somewhere. I had, yeah, Sarik stuff.
I love there's a big old map of where all the dwarves are in the back of that book, and it's like, hey, look, there's the 5 mountains, and on the 6th mountain, there's just a marker for a dwarven ruin. It's like, yep.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised there's dwarves in the other 5 mountains still.
Oh yeah, because they all dream of taking him down. It's like they're like, oh, you motherfucker.
You know, he's got to leave some fun for later.
It's literally from the dwarven lands, from Keonan all the way down to Andoran, is just dwarven area. The 5 Kings Mountains is literally the dwarven nation. Because the 5 Kings, to everyone, I'll tell you this out of character. To everyone else, they think the 5 Kings is referring to the fact that there's 5 mountains. It's like that has nothing to do with it. It's called 5 Kings because there are 5 dwarven kings at every given point.
What are you talking about, by the way?
The 5 Kings Mountains, a section in Pathfinder that is basically the dwarven nation. It's an unseen nation because it's underneath other people's nations and no one even knows it's there. And they're fine with it. They're like, whatever. Oh, people come to our mountain. We don't care about the top of the mountain. There's no ore in the top.
I actually need to like read more.
Not anymore.
About dwarf lore in Pathfinder.
There's a section that's known as the 5 mountains, and there's one big mountain that's actually known as the 6th King. But there basically was there's a giant dragon who literally has the stats to kill not just demigods but gods. He is amazing, and he cut the top of a mountain and sits there, and his wings make up the outside of it. He is the top of the mountain, and just
And we almost had to deal with him.
he showed up. He showed up in a suit.
Some fucker had to just be a bitch.
He showed up demanding tribute from the only town nearby because he's a red. He's greedy, and so it's like. And there's another dragon in the town that literally is just burning through his mom's hoard because his mom left her hoard, and he's a good dragon. He's like, yeah, I'll pay for all the tributes. Don't worry about it. If he starts asking for virgins, I'll pay him more. It's like that's literally his whole thing. And it's like because he just wants to keep him away as long as possible. Just like this really chill copper dragon that enjoys the bar. He's like, all the humans know, do not get in a drinking contest with him. You won't win, but he'll have too much fun and he'll break something.
Then I'll just have to pay for that too.
Right?
Yeah, so we were over in that area, and someone decided to be a proud little boy and show off his draconic roar, and then I was like, hey, there are other fucking dragons that can hear that.
When they turn into their dragon forms in that campaign, even though they are young dragons, their magical dragon form is a very adult dragon. So suddenly this territorial, greedy red dragon hears a roar of a dragon he doesn't know in his territory. So he's like, oh, time to kill. And then we had to dissuade Cephas from wanting to warp in right next to him to ask him to train him in combat, which I'm like, that's not, he's going to just kill you and take your shit.
Yes, he's going to train you in the one combat that you're going to experience right away.
Just wanted to try and kill him.
Oh, I had already made it in my head. He was literally going to use the standard trope line of just, I'll train you for the rest of your life and attack him.
Nice.
Think about either nimble or slumbering.
First lesson, dodge, breath attack.
Maybe not nimble, actually, because its drawback is to reduce AC.
I know there's more somewhere. I'm trying to find it for you, Crix, because I know there was some book that added a shit ton of them, and I'm just trying to find it, but...
I found, well, no, these are armor enhancements, never mind.
A Vital Guard's pretty cool, and you'd ignore the drawback, I think.
What are you talking about?
Vital Guard.
Battle Guard? Or
Vital.
Guard?
Yeah.
The drawback is it reduces your speed by 5 feet. I mean,
It
mine
doesn't
wasn't
on you.
as- Oh,
Dwarf. You ignore all those costs. That's why these are known as dwarf only things. Because everyone else, like in heavy plate, they'll be like, I move 10 feet of movement action. You're like, I lose nothing.
then yeah, Vital Guard would be the shit. Because the whole reason I didn't want it, I was like, I already move only 20 feet a turn. Like I cannot do 15.
Yeah, but see, you ignore. Wait, why do you only move 20? Oh yeah, it starts at 20.
Yeah, dwarfs are 20.
I was thinking 25 for some dumb reason. Then I was like, wait, but yeah, but if you get movement speed enhancers, that's even better because like it doesn't negate it. So like you're
I
sitting here and
already
just like if you get like expeditious boots kind of shit, then suddenly now you're moving 30, and now you're in full plate and just yeah, I'm gone.
Right. Yeah, I have some item. I need to find it's in my inventory, but the fucking
Wait, there's a
literally-
Pathfinder Armorer book, and I thought I had all the Pathfinder First Ed books, but let me take a.
You're fine. Yeah, it's my bracers of armor. 3 times a day, I can add 10 to my movement.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
good.
I think typing Armorer, it's Armor Masters.
Violet Guard would be. Because like Stone Lord also, it's already you like right now I have a 25% chance to ignore a crit. And then Violet Guard just like adds 2 to your AC for the purpose of confirming crits against you. Pretty good.
Hey, look, spammers on my channel already.
That was fast.
So
I guess they know that you don't bother to check your chat feed.
Declan, are you live?
I am live.
Play gasp. You warned nobody. What if we had said something spicy?
Well, then, you know.
That's whenever we quickly in stream remove the VOD and then go live.
And hi, Redwolf. Thank you for the like. And Koala, thank you for the resub. Based shit time.
Well, if you are already live, I guess I'm gonna start up.
We can just start talking.
It
what we were
is
talking about before.
almost half an hour after we're supposed to start. That's true.
It is very true.
We have this bad tendency to never actually start on time.
We're having fun.
That's fun we could be having. It's content. Content's everything on Twitch.
All I care about is monetizing my friendships.
Exactly.
Oh, what's up? You want to be my friend? I put values on them.
I mean, I was laughing with Synth in the Pokemon game because there's literally a trainer that's an influencer, and like her test for you to battle her is you better prove that you can get her clicks on her videos. It's like, oh my god.
man.
I can get you clicks. They'll just be controversial.
Right?
And
we
muggles.
can drop some twit longers here and make some clicks happen.
So, what is your
I think
stance
no
on
one
Wizards
heard
of
me.
the
I love
Coast?
it.
Wait, what did you say?
That's nothing. It's fine.
All right.
Don't worry about it.
I said, so what is your stance on Wizards of the Coast?
You know. Hopefully people don't forget.
They will.
Don't forget
They
what
will.
happened.
Never forget.
So I was definitely doing my old announcements.
Right? That's right, everybody. Don't stop being mad at wizards just because they cucked out for a little bit.
Yeah, remind
They
you the
shown their hand.
information. Remind you, like the first way people learn about that information is that it was leaked. They weren't going to tell you anyways.
Don't be a
Just
coward.
remember, just remember that they showed their hand, and you'll never know if that's like that they're actually done with it. So
Yup. Also, Sin, hello. What up, girl? Doing all right?
Listen.
to anyone who's also in my ones, hello in the chats. I'm sorry, I'm still on the Surface Pro. They haven't called me yet. I'm gonna cry.
Cursive says that she's done with computers, chat, and
Just
She
gonna
went to
stream
the
mobile
store.
games now.
Yep, she went to the store and she actually. What the fuck, Cole? What the fuck?
What did they do?
Sorry about it.
Being spicy in my chat is what he's doing.
Oh shit!
Fuck, I gotta hit it with one of these. Hold on a second. I gotta hit it with one of these two right here. Oh, where's my fucking? There it is. There it is. Fucking A.
Don't worry, I'm just using some masterful covers.
That's funny.
Hasbro's firing a bunch of Wizards of the Coast employees in retaliation, but nobody's really talking about it. You're right. There's a lot of people that
'Cause
don't
they
even know
leaked.
that they're probably. There's a lot of people that probably don't know that Hasbro owns Wizards of the Coast. To be honest with you, Probably
This
don't
is the
really correlate
problem.
that.
I will also say, like, following all of that stuff that happened for so long just was really good for my mental health. Just really was a big old boon watching my favorite TTRPG explode in on itself.
You know, it really helps me whenever my stuff is on fire. My
Mhm.
stuff being on fire. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, I had to literally step away from the news when during certain parts of certain, let's say 10 years of leadership, just because it gets unhealthy. You got to just move away and just pray, and just because otherwise I just started obsessing over it and making myself stressed.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Oh yeah, Crix, what I was going to recommend to you is look up. Let me see the name of this one is Armor Trick. It's a feat.
Armor trick. Path. Oh, look at that. It was already there. Hey, what up? Okay, let's see.
Basically, it unlocks a bunch of abilities that you don't need to like pay it to get a bunch of them. You just need to have that ability as a prerequisite, and then you can do that trick with it. So it's a lot easier than equipment tricks. Equipment trick, you have to choose the equipment. This one, you choose heavy armor. So it means you can only do it with heavy armor, but there are some awesome tricks that give you techniques to use your armor in combat.
Pretty good.
Like Shrug It Off is amazing.
Yeah, I was just reading that one. That's fucking nuts, actually. Anybody who's curious. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll pull it up on stream. But we're talking about these right here, chat. And Shrug It Off is nuts.
Dude, Victoria's Secret is at 51% off.
Dude, they are.
Yeah.
Ah,
Steel Plated
shit.
Smasher lets you sunder objects by basically barreling your armor through it.
I would like to do a full turn attack of Earthbreaker as well as.
Well, yeah,
Steel
if you
Plated
do Earthbreaker with it, your entire armor will now ignore the hardness, and you will literally Kool-Aid Man the wall. Now, might I recommend you may not want to do that in certain tombs that may just be like, oh look, the pyramid shifted 8 feet, and meanwhile it's like, and TPK.
Yeah.
Like Mobile Bulwark style. Those ones you probably found in the feat ones, like the Mobile Bulwark, Mobile Fortress. That's a whole style feat tree that's amazing because it's based around using a tower shield, which you may want to consider because tower shields are awesome. And also tower shields, if you didn't see their ruling, they also like function as cover, which is amazing. I know Declan and Nikki saw me use it once, or was it you guys, or was it Sylvan? In any case, when you have cover, if you basically, it gives you the ability to hide behind it as total cover, and then a lot of spells can't even target you because they can't technically see you.
Oh,
I know you're there. They see your foot, they can target you, but if you're just hiding behind cover, you're just like, nah, see ya.
That makes me wonder. Deco, what was that? What was that feat you sent me? Yeah, that's the one. Thunder and Fang. Curses.
That one's more Shaunty based. You would have to get Shaunty training for that one because that one is very much a flavor one. And that's 100% why I warn people, do not use it like a shopping list because you would have to, because that's basically the Native American equivalent in Pathfinder. And basically you'd have to go learn it from them.
Oh. It's pretty badass.
All right, for recap though, do one of you guys want to start the recap? I'm just going to peek in here and see if there's any more in the Armor Master Handbook.
Mostly
Good
downtime.
start.
Yeah, I mean, we did some role playing around town. Handled some loot issues, and then we started looking into this
Oh.
hidden library thing that shifts
I
around. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I almost forgot Koala. Let me pull up the loot list.
Oh yeah, we were looking at things, right?
Well, Koala has some money that I held off here, so I made sure that we wouldn't lose his total. So, Koala. Okay, you ready for this, bud? Here's how much money you got. Actually, tell you what, I might just DM it to you, so it'll be easier.
That's much easier because I'm not gonna remember the numbers.
Yeah, you're fine. I got you, buddy. I'll just DM you. But this was our shares of like essentially the auction.
Damn, that's a lot of gold.
There you go. There you go, buddy.
It's a lot of cheddar.
We got some money.
I have nothing to spend this on.
Because thematically, what occurred was that the Ruby Prince came, and when he heard what all you had done, well, he didn't come, but he sent a representative to come here and buy everything that you guys had on your auction table. And he bought it all and then immediately donated it to the different museums around Wati. As it basically was just like he wanted to thank you for your efforts, and rather than just pay you a stipend, he just decided to pay it and basically paid a very high bid.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a massive boon on it because you did so well.
Wonderful.
Aside from that, I went home, saw my folks, made some stone plate, introduced V to the family, and then that was it. That was all Sarik did, really. Make some armor. I
And we came back and showed off a little. I don't know if anyone took any closer look at any of the details of it, but
no, I don't know if they did, but there's some cool stuff in there. Had some like, depictions of like family lines going back 7 generations, and then like you got V's mask and some other cool shit in there. And V's actually like part of her is bound to the armor now, right? Cursive.
say again.
I said a part of Verlois like is imbued in the armor now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, on the loot list, because we now have all gotten our shares, I'm actually going to reset all of our muns in here. That is all. Aside from that, I guess the rest to recap would be we wandered into the desert trying to find
Sounds so horrible when you say it that way.
It's what we did, and we were trying to find a I forget the name of the library now.
The Library of Toth.
Yeah.
Yes. Library of Toth. Oh,
It only
and I've got a mummy girl following us.
There you do.
yeah.
Majuit.
He has to be chained to the wall for a night. There's that happened.
Oh yeah, that's a regular occurrence actually now.
I gotcha.
As it should be. Makram be praised.
Oh my god.
Currently have too much money. I physically cannot move.
Well, we
Sounds like
put
you
it in
should
the bank.
Yeah, you can put it in the bank or
Do you mind bank gems are a thing? Or you can just give it to the Outlaw Bank and then they hold it in an account.
Just give it me. I promise I won't let you forget about it.
Cool.
Literally, there's one person in this party that could haul all that, and it's not.
It's not me.
Goblin, I'm gonna casually give you 10,000 gold, and you can just hold on to that.
I put it into your bank account and
Lovely.
then give you back some tokens for your
Has
money.
an
'cause
interest
I'm
rate of
definitely-
-10% per day.
Like,
Yeah, absolutely not holding on to your money. Nope. Even the idea of holding on to your like pretend money makes me uncomfortable. It's not happening.
You
Yeah,
know,
you're in charge of 10,000 of my money, actually.
I'm strong enough to carry money. It's good.
I'm strong enough to carry money.
I also need to. I think I need to reset
It's
my.
weird. You bad, you guys.
I think I need to reset my buffs and shit because the coin only lasts for such a long period of time.
Dude, we get it. You're buff. Relax.
I need to make sure my racial traits are back to normal. +2 dex. +2 charisma. -2 wisdom.
Okay. Well, while Qual's doing that, we're catching up on recap and stuff. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back in just a minute.
Alrighty.
That seems right. I had shitty wisdom. That seems about right.
Do we have any items we were gonna throw at Koala? I forgot.
I do not recall.
Fair enough.
Why do I feel like this is still wrong somehow? Did I maybe put in my modifiers when I put it in the base shit?
Did you?
I think I did.
That'd be a very important thing to check.
Yeah, I think I did. Because I remember my wisdom being a 9. Yeah.
The wisest of Ifrits.
Yeah, this seems... Yeah, my base seems right. I just needed to get rid of all the modifiers. Okay.
Stormy, thank you for the reset. Yes, this is true. They smell of eucalyptus and failure.
Mostly a failure.
Knee beach, your chair. What are we doing?
Do you even like eucalyptus, Koala?
I do like eucalyptus.
Wonderful.
I like rainbow eucalyptus trees. I think they're really cool.
Yeah, I think the trees are nice. I like the smell of it is very nice.
Yes.
Is Cursive still here?
I apologize. I realized that the adventure book I know where it was on my old computer, and on this one I'm trying to find where it is on the external drive, so give me a quick moment. I apologize sincerely. I should have had it prepared, but I honestly thought it'd be just a grab.
All good. I never prepared.
All the rest of us have been so professional and just ready with our shit, and here we are.
Well, the problem that I hate about it right now is that the legendary games limit your amount of downloads. I don't want to just go re-download it, because
Gotcha.
I know it's here somewhere, so it's like, oh, better to do it. I hate, number one, I hate limited downloads on something that I bought. I hate that so much.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Maybe I can find what the file name is, because I thought it was Toth Web, but I don't see it. In any case, while that loads, I do remember that the big thing of it was that you guys managed to discover a couple things about it. That the pyramid itself actually moves. The manner in which it moves you don't recall, but you do recall that its door only opens on a certain point, that it opens under the light of the moon. You managed to make further inquiries and using your knowledge rolls, and you determined that what that meant, because at first you were worried that it was a random time during the month, and that it had to be while the moon hit it. What you were able to determine is that it has to be a full moon, and it does require that the moon is not overcast. So you do need to make sure that it's not cloudy on the day that it will open it, but it basically is open for 3 days, basically the day before and after the full moon and the day of the full moon. It doesn't necessarily have to be nighttime. So if the moon's up during daylight, then it'll also be open.
This is good to know.
Did we ever like get to set up camp and stuff, or were we?
Yeah, you guys went to the oasis that's actually past it because you saw it, looked at the entrance, but you were tired and you knew that it wasn't today. You're gonna have to wait about 12 days, which you guys basically saw it, made sure it was there. Then you went back, and then I said that we would pick up when you basically returned back to town and came back in about 10 days' time, so that you basically came 2 days before it's supposed to open to make sure that there wasn't something waiting here or someone else waiting to go in.
Mhm.
Right. Hmm. So I guess we're just hanging out for a couple days then, huh?
Yeah. Oasis beach party.
Honestly,
Is that kind of like a hot spring session?
I was about to bring
Exactly.
that up. I was like, we're getting a hot spring session at the beginning of session.
Was designed for this.
Wonderful.
My time has come.
Claw's like, I've been training for this day and only this day for years.
I've wanted a beach episode of this entire time. Finally.
Finally, the hot boy summer jokes, they can return.
Char, I think Hobbs needs a bath. Why don't you go take him into the water?
Listen, I can go in the water. My hair just can't.
Speaking of which, Qual, you know Char is like huge now, right?
Big dog?
Big dog.
He's like
Oh,
large. I think
He's large
actual,
size,
like-
yes.
Yeah.
Big dog.
Huge and descriptive.
He's huge.
Yes.
Is he still susceptible to scritches?
Absolutely.
Will forever be his weakness.
The bigger that they are, the harder they scritch.
This is
I
true.
think it's a proverb. I think Sun Tzu said that.
Yeah.
Sun Tzu, the art of scritch. Yeah, aside from shitposts, I don't really have anything to add here. Like,
That's just me for most of the time that I'm here.
same.
The elemental wolf of Scritch.
Searching a drive didn't take so long. It's almost done. It's at like, I don't know, it doesn't give me a percentage. It just shows that bar search results in the D drive. And it's like, God damn it.
Oh yeah, it's a Windows
Yeah,
bar that means nothing.
Yeah.
I'll give you the D drive.
Oh no.
Continue.
I don't know if I've like told you guys this, but I actually named the new computer I built. I ended up just making its name just Chungus, like across the board.
Oh dear.
It's pretty great. It was very amusing.
I have a question while you search for stuff.
Go for it.
Since other people did stuff, is it possible if I could retcon me doing a thing?
Yeah, I was going to make sure that if you asked that you had time to do stuff.
Cool. I don't exactly know what all I can train for and shit like that, but would it be possible if during my downtime, because of this new coin that I found that has let me transform into different forms of Ifrit, if I could, like, if there's a library or some sort of, like, magician or something that I can go and talk to and be like, hey, do you know shit about body modifications and if it has anything to do with elemental planes or so on and so forth?
There are quite a few libraries in Wati. Just
Sorry.
we were just cycling sound a bit there. I had to stop. The yeah, you'd be able to find people that would be able to explain the different ones and like help you out with that one. I was also going to offer as far as if you have a suitable downside, like because like or downside downtime descriptor, since like I had offered as part of the stream rewards the object in question that you and me talked about.
Hmm.
So that could be this could be the period of time because you're looking at about 3/4 of a month. That's a lot of crafting time.
Oh
So if
yeah.
you want to say you crafted it or maybe like they helped you make it, it's really up to you on how. You don't have to pay for it because this is like just you get the first one for free and then it's added as an existing item.
Well, I'd probably like find. I would start in the library, do more research into it, and after and then probably go to like someone who knows magic items, like with some of the books that I found and the coin, and be like, hey, this is cool. I want to learn more about my heritage, even if it means becoming part of my heritage. Could you assist me? And try to see if somebody could help me craft a magical item based on this ring, but with more how do you say more forms.
So I'm just seeing if there's like a denoted one. I know that Wadi has plenty of the. I'm just trying to find the city's actual stats because it usually tells me like who their lead arcane is.
Who's the biggest nerd in the city?
Yeah, the biggest nerd. Let's go.
And
Nerd.
then who's the biggest nerd and where's the closest locker?
There he is. King nerd of all of Wadi.
Yeah.
Right. So they just point you to Hobbs.
I'm not a nerd. How dare you?
He's
Also-
He's the jock.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm the dog.
right. The himbo.
Also, I would never survive a swirly.
What about in your water form?
Well, I'm not there yet. We're training to be able to survive swirlies.
Then he becomes the swirly.
I want to see that montage.
You're not allowed to see that montage.
It's just Sarik waterboarding Hobbs.
That's all it is.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
With Rocky music playing in the background.
Right. Feel the water. Be the water.
someone comes in and they see that he's like, you're generating so much energy, you can't see it, but you gotta stay in the water. And it's just like, it's literally just he's got his foot on his back and just like shaking his head. The person who came in like, nah.
Hey, he's fine.
Goblin.
Huh?
I don't know how much of the story I can tell, but it would literally just be like the story that you've told before. Just no. Big inhale
Wait, which one? What are you talking about?
of me getting waterboarded and me saying no and then just inhaling.
Oh, my friend's dad. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know how much of the
Yeah.
story I can tell because we are
Oh,
currently
dude.
live.
I don't
But-
want to I don't want to derail all of stream, but yeah, that's a fantastic
Yeah,
story.
that would just be Hobbs one day. It's like, no, I'm tired of this.
It's like, don't do that.
He would do that and then immediately be able to transform, and it's like, that was the secret. Just not giving a shit.
That was the secret. I just had to die for a second.
So, the lead arcanist is actually a mystic theurge that is druid wizard by the name of Laria. Oh god, I'm gonna butcher this. Axaniron. But she is in charge of one of the Wati libraries, and also as far as an arcane and environmental college, as well as with a focus on the stars. It's also the lead observatory.
A nerd. Perfect.
I was supposed to, when meeting her, not so much, since judging from her description, now granted they don't have actual art, but I went and found an art.
I found an art.
Zoidberg mode. But using the descriptor in Pinterest to find something similar, I'll put it in the little thing here, but let's...
I go to talk to her about elemental planes. You're a Pisces. God fuck it. No, that's not what I wanted to do.
supposed to be young in appearance and wise of years, but otherwise with a white desert-faring robe, but otherwise a black shawl, denoting kind of a dualistic nature, as it seems like in her staff seems to bear just a circle that seems empty, but every so often as the shadow and light catches it, you would see as there's a little bit of a glint of what seems to be a face inside the circle. It doesn't seem to be moving, it just seems more like a sigil. Religion could assist you in this little minor bit of info about her, but otherwise...
I think I have religion. I have religion.
You do get a familiarity bonus because you've actually encountered stuff like this and the duality, and in this case, the black and white's not referring to Magram for sure. Oh, look at that natural 20. Look at
I
you
know
go.
everything about every god.
You would know very well, and I will even remind you of the part that you do know that these were referenced by name when the Scorched Hand was demanding that she gave permission and all that stuff, which, from what you heard, was a lie, but you don't know if you've ever confirmed it. But she is the lead Nethys priestess of Wati, and that basically the Scorched Hand claimed that like they were acting under her authority to like bypass the authority of the Pharasmans and yada yada yada. But otherwise, you know the
Battery
basics of Nethys.
60%.
They're about power. They're about knowledge. As long as you have some knowledge, it's very free. But otherwise,
Fair enough.
she doesn't have any title of priestess or anything. That she doesn't take that. To her, she is merely a librarian.
Very knowledgeable.
But yeah, I would ask, I would employ her help. If she would help with the fucking, I'm bad with words.
She would probably ask for a demonstration, a little bit of knowledge for knowledge, just so she can see exactly what the coin is, so she knows what she's dealing with.
Oh,
But
sure.
upon demonstrating the varied nature of the coin, she would, first of all, with her skill, it wouldn't even be a check for her to know what the item is. It's like those are rare. They were Desnan coins that were popular in the age of Thassalon, the age of the empire that existed before mankind was the ruling, dominant mortal. But she explains a little bit about that, and she definitely seems very wordy with her explanations. But at the same time, she'd walk you over to her section to basically pull out some books and place them on the table. And as you said, you wanted to potentially work on any designing. She does go pull out parchments, and basically she would ask for, well, just for the sake of probably working in the downtime, we'll say 20 gold of just basic materials. Basically, we're saying just like sketch work, and basically she becomes very helpful, very callous. But you realize that she's not callous, she just isn't social. She has almost no skill in social. She seems very intelligent and very wise.
It's okay, I don't have any gold, so I can't afford to pay.
What?
You just got a ton of money.
No, don't worry about it. I have no gold.
Which by then she'd
Oh,
immediately
darn.
pick up the planning materials and say,
No.
"You're welcome to read," but
I was just... It was a joke. I'm sorry.
she blinks rather blankly and she's like, "If you've come for humor, then I don't know if I can help you as much. I'm told my humor is rather dry."
This chick would be perfect for Sarik.
It's fine. It'll be part of my payment. I'll help you gain social skills as we work on this project together.
She just looks at you, she's like, "I'm not lowering the set price of materials, but if you wish to pay that, then that is fine."
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
She just kind of blinks again, but otherwise sets the stuff back down. The one thing you notice is that she doesn't seem at all frustrated by you. Like, she just seems to, like,
The first.
she doesn't seem to get annoyed. She just seems very matter of fact.
Hobbs, don't you dare ruin Sarik's perfect girlfriend.
He's like, "I'm not there, but she's black and white. It's perfect."
Too late.
Neither of
Hobbs
us
is over
have
here
any
writing
social
jibs
skills.
on the top of the door. God.
I'm going to make her make a dick joke at some point, and you cannot stop me.
The moment she makes a joke, and it's like not really that funny, but it's like just like it's not even well timed, but it's a joke, and the fact that it exists, Hobbs is dying laughing and so excited. Everyone else is like, that was all right.
Yeah.
Hobbs is over here, you just don't understand. She doesn't even joke about anything.
That's my girl. I trained her.
She doesn't laugh or smile or take credit for it. She literally just says it and keeps walking. And you realize that she's just going to be the mistress of Rye.
Listen, the jokes that she speaks are Russian jokes. They're no laughing matter.
That must be hard and unfeeling like a Russian. Oh god, I need to give her a Russian accent now, just because. I'm seriously a little upset that this PDF isn't showing itself, because I thought, number one, I thought I moved stuff in a organized manner to my external hard drive so that this wouldn't be an issue. Number two, I thought I specifically grabbed it, and number three, it's like, oh, the idea that, because I only got 4 and I've used 2 now because I already lost 1 PDF of it and confirmed that it wasn't on my hard drive, and now it's like I'm literally gonna have to use I'm gonna have 1 left after this, and this is really bothering me.
Oh no. Stratori, thank you for the follow. Hello.
Secretary?
Stratori.
Ah, never mind.
Otherwise, Laria would work with you to help prepare this one in this case. We'll treat it as part of that as like the boon of this one. Because like normally you have to do a lot of work in this one, then it also creates at least a social element that you realize is not unpleasant. You realize that she is literally just not even incapable, just unaccustomed to needing anything more than the bare minimum. But you realize that she does appreciate it. She just has absolutely no idea how to really show it. Other than being utterly polite and just saying thank you. She thinks that should be enough. Which, she knows exactly how to do all that. Like, please, thank you, and all that. It's just very curt. But you realize that, no, she means it. She's not actually being rude. She's not Seto Kaiba over here.
You're a 4th-rate sorcerer with a 5th-rate spell list.
I found it. Oh my god. Praise be. And it was in the seat. Oh my god. I'm gonna.
Praise be Magram.
Praise be to Malcolm.
Okay. But otherwise, yes. As it stands, I might need to do a little bit of fine tuning because I'll admit I haven't had the opportunity to talk with you and make sure that the balancing of that item is. But at its face, I think it's fine. I don't remember how much we have for per use of it, but that's the only thing I'm worried about is the speed of using. And I don't recall it honestly right this second because I don't have it.
I had it as a once per day thing. Like
once per day is not bad. As long as it's not mid combat was my only concern because it's like, that's a little OP.
I assumed it would like if I wanted to change, it would change during a long rest.
Yeah, because like my thought went to like while preparing spells kind of thing. Not that you prepare spells, but
oh, that's cool. So just to understand, this item would let Hobbs change from fire to like water to other elements, but it's like it's almost like being like a prepared caster.
Yeah,
right, and it would basically be stuck like because like since Hobbs was a baseline Ifrit, it was going to be baseline other ones. But the coin, in combination with it, allows you to change between any bloodline that your bloodline can have, and it basically allows you to then, as long as it's something that changes, mainly your attributes are the only thing that really change and shift between them. But then I added that in the combination of this means it's going to change a lot more. So it basically gives him this really cool, but not quite major. It's like really minor in the grand scheme, but lets him change his chosen element once per day.
It's pretty awesome.
And then also lets the different variants, because there's different variants, because like there's like a fire elemental, a magma elemental, and I forget what the third, sun is the third fire.
Yes.
And then like water has like water, steam, and ice.
Yes. Where's our DMs? Because I did make a full fucking list of all of the different forms.
Wonderful.
Yes. So Ifrit is base, lava, and sun. Ored, which are the earth, are base, gem, and iron. Undyne, which are the water, is mist and rime. And Sylph, which is the air, is smoke and storm. And yes, I do have genders, like physical descriptions, as well as like somewhat personality traits tied to each individual form.
Koala came up with that idea back with the first redeem before even the subathon one, which then the the coin then kind of amplified the idea, and then it's like, yeah, why not? It's kind of cool, kind of really cool actually.
Yeah.
And I basically give it the one that he'll be able to switch, like anything that is fire-based switches to the chosen one is basically becomes tethered to his bloodline. Because it's not something that exists as another class has an ability to do or a race, so it's like, yeah, making that into something isn't terrible. It's entirely dependent on the magic item, so if you lose one, then you're not going to have the ability to change back, but...
Get trapped in my alternate form forever.
But the idea was being that, yeah, if you're comboing them, if you're ever comboing them, it basically either one basically fades off by one, but if you're ever comboing the two, you'll basically be stuck in that one until you basically get a copy of the object or the object back. Or remake the, like, if your item, if you have to rebuild it, then you have to rebuild it, because it's basically just, well, fuck.
I was even thinking, like, I don't know if this could be possible, but like design-wise, because we talked about the magic item being a ring is like what I get of like there's people who've turned coins into rings before.
Yeah.
So like instead of like quote unquote flipping the coin, like the two items are somehow merged into one, and it's like the spinner rings, and I spin the ring, and then like that's what makes the effect happen of transformation of like from one of the elements into like one of its alternate forms.
It would allow that one, then I would say then what I would remove is the ability to share it. Since normally the coin portion of the effect can be shared, I would remove it that only one person could use it a day. Kind of like an attunement.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Because if I did share it, the only possible thing I would do is I would prank Goblin by trying to turn him into other types of dwarves.
Sudden snow dwarf in the middle of the desert, so he starts getting heat stroke immediately. Just that. But the big thing is, I would say make sure to keep the core item descriptor, just so that, because that's the item that's being added, not the duo one. The duo one is specific to this campaign and what you just made. I would say that it can be separated and fucked with. I would say disenchantment, like Laria will basically explain to you that a dispel magic could cause I wouldn't say it would turn back into the core forms, but she'll say it'll basically cause a potential break, not to the point that the item would be destroyed, but you'd have to have it repaired. Because that'll reflect the downside then. Because I wanted to have the downside basically being using both can be problematic, and you might have to replace one if you lose access to one or the other. Because otherwise I'd have to, if there is something that takes one, you'd have to lose both, and that's a small boon, and I want to make sure that if we are duplicating them, that they are two separate items. So in this case, I would put it as a dispel would be needed in order to break it, or actively breaking the ring.
Okay.
It won't be obvious, and they'll have to target it. It won't be like any dispel causes it. No, it'd have to be a greater magic or greater dispel magic, or them targeting it specifically because they know it occurs.
Gotcha.
Okay, but now I'm prepared and we are good. So I apologize for the delay and the panic, but we are prepared. And if there's anything else, there are other days that won't take you the entirety to prepare. I don't know if you want to HP train or language train, but if you have the relevant money that you wish to spend, you can do so. Or if there's other magic items that you want to search for, send me whatever you're looking for and its price. And most likely, if it's core and the price is, actually no, the price is almost guaranteed, because I think your split is lower than the actual price limit. It's just the base limit is a thing, and it might just not be available in the city. But at the same time, that changes every week. So then you might have it between the 3 weeks that you're in town. Make sense, Coda?
Yes.
Okay. So whatever you need, feel free to pedal it forward. I trust you not to look, I bought the one item that we need in this dungeon, so... Now, granted, there's feats that allow you to do that, which I love, which I totally did to Ark in our Leshy game, which was fun.
Right.
What? These servants wear a specific uniform? You mean this uniform I just happened to buy at the city that we were just at?
Yeah, they had some extra ones. I don't know, but didn't get delivered.
How does one do HP training?
Basically, you have to find someone who has more HP than you, and you basically devote some time and a lot of gold to basically working out. Like I used to make the joke of, the whole 1987 aerobics competition. That's what I usually post to that.
Well, I would imagine that like during this time where I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be switching my body a lot, and I look down at my body and I'm like, maybe I need to.
Let's see. It's days times the level times 10, right?
Don't eyeball it. Go get the actual thing if you're gonna help him. I don't know offhand.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Retraining HP.
So it's gonna be like goes to goblin. Help.
Oh, for health training.
Yeah, for health training.
Yeah. Gold is 10 times your level times the number of days, and it's 3 days per hit point.
Keep in mind, all it is, you have to keep track of which dice you rolled, and because you're increasing those dice up, your maximum becomes your. It's basically as if like if you rolled a 7 on a D8, 1 day of training would be changing that D7 to a D8. So like you have to keep track of that. Granted, if you're below your max, you know it's somewhere in there. I'm not going to say it has to be that one, but I'm just saying it's, it's important if you multi-class. If you multi-class, then it becomes important. But because then if you like retrain one that you then didn't, and then like it becomes a pain. But all right, so otherwise feel free to do that on the side. Koala, I'll let you kind of catch that one up since we're kind of behind on that. But let's try to get caught up from my stupidness here. So you guys are outside the Toth as you're basically a day before you arrive at the Oasis and have basically 2 days of basically so 1 whole day of relaxation, enjoying the Oasis, whatever you wish to do, and whatever you wish to do, please let me know. As the Modrowitz at this point now fully geared as well as she has her. Let's see. I gotta double check the favored weapon. But otherwise, definitely seems to enjoy being out and alive and such, as she'd even be able to point the last time that she was up was definitely a much more turmoiled time. And the idea that she is now thousands of years away from when she was last alive is also a rather perturbing thought when she thinks about it. It's idiocracy.
Right? How much weirder have people gotten since then?
She just kind of looks you up and down and looks over at Griark up and down considerably.
Wonderful.
Wait, what?
Most of my family would probably assume that you must be connected to the sun rulers, i.e., the pantheon.
I mean,
Oh no, eldest though.
there's that, and also I may be connected as well. So you wouldn't be completely wrong.
Yours is definitely not probably what she was thinking of though.
No, probably not. Yes, Dev would probably spend the day with Griark.
Yay.
So if we have the possibility of having a hot tub scene, I'm doing that.
Bob's just like fire burning handsing the water to make it a hot tub.
Yep.
I mean, there were 2 very clear ones, and then there was the one that did have a mild heat to it, because you guys did recognize on your initial one that this is definitely not just a straight. One of them wasn't safe to drink. It was probably alkaline, because I point out that it's probably like an alkaline laced water, but it wasn't. So, but that's only one of the 3 pools, because there were 3 pools of water, and that one seems to have. It does have ledges that would suitable, like you could safely sit in it. Plus, the flow is definitely coming up, but it does seem to have a decent enough heat to it.
There you go.
Sometimes it crosses over into the other ones, which does mean like you'll probably have to do a little bit of purification on your water, but it's certainly, would certainly function for the purposes of Oasis.
Yeah, like as soon as Hobbs realizes like this, there might be a hot tub, he immediately goes in. lays in it, has his hair like behind him on the ground so it doesn't get wet. Just like, oh, finally some R&R.
You know, it actually has been quite some time since we've had a day just to ourselves.
Right?
It's been nice lately.
I mean,
Come, get in the hot
couple
tub.
weeks for ourselves.
Hell
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
You went on basically a vacation to another city.
I just meant that up until recently, it's just been crazy. So it's been a
I
nice
mean,
change.
there's that, yeah.
I've been studying so much recently, my head hurts.
You study?
I know. It was awful. I mean,
For the teacher? Or?
the company was great, but oh my god.
You would see as Almajawet seems to be just really enjoying just the sky, almost like more so than the oasis itself, but still finding a quiet spot away, probably just sit in the shade and watch it.
Yeah, I guess at some point I'd probably go over and just sit next to her and be like, enjoying the day.
Always. But that was a bright sky to look at, and we've been on a small trip maybe, but also you would see as far as like the new sword that she bought for herself with some of the assistance and direction seems to bear what looks like kind of like maybe a minotaur or cow head on the pommel of the short sword.
It's, related to your deity or anything else?
She glances to you and looks at that just Hathor, one of the gods of Osirian.
Ah,
She was the overseer of all things joyful. Fine days, good music, dancing, love to a degree. Not so much as marriage, just think of it more of love of friend, love of career.
interesting. Really get along with Caden.
Who is Caden?
He's kind of the god of partying and merriment and being with friends and drinking.
I imagine he would. It's not as if she left. I can feel that she may not be as boisterous in voice, but she certainly is here. Maybe he knows of her.
Probably.
It is weird to feel this distance, though.
Not as
To look at your hometown and see it as a wall and as a crypt is unpleasant.
Oh yes, I can imagine. If it'll ever regain its livelihood, I don't suppose they treat it mostly as a monument these days.
I spoke a bit with the Pharasmans when I was stuck there with the others. It seems reasonable enough. I'm not exactly mourning it. It's as much as maybe I was then, but following you about and seeing where you go is a far more appealing option than sitting there and lamenting what is long since passed and moved down the river of.
Right, we have whole adventures ahead.
She just smiles and just seems to continue just kind of leaning back. It doesn't look like she's like dismissing you or any of that, but just seems to be just enjoying the day. I will ask, let's see, Koala, since we haven't had you in a while, go ahead and give me a D100. Let's see if anything comes across the oasis while you're here.
Dude, I'm so happy to TPK the party.
It'll be a caravan of very pretty half Ginny women.
Listen.
This oasis is getting a
Dibs.
little warm.
So what it is it's just this other like No, not Afridi. What's the other one? The Suli. They clearly offer you a deck of many things, except every card is just a marriage.
Yes,
Nice.
And hi,
every
Ghost.
time.
Cursed of Angel is the DM.
Yes,
Wait,
I
so
normally am
gen-
streaming, guys, but my computer is currently in the shop, and my Surface Pro is not capable of running Streamlabs. It just seems to have a memory issue when I tried to stream it with nothing being put into it. So I was like, all right, so we're waiting for my computer to come back from Micro Center. So, but doesn't mean I can't run. So everyone else can. But
Yes.
Seems like a lot of commitment, if you ask me, honestly. All this.
what? What's that? Me streaming for you? Should I just log off? No, just kidding.
No, I was talking about the deck committee things that each and every one of them is a marriage.
I mean,
It's
if you
like-
drew more
like-
than one, it's a lot of commitment. Yeah, because like it's
It's
pretty
like-
much just say you either offend a whole genie line or they are now happily in the marriage. Which at that point it's like, well, it's not exactly a harem because it's literally just gonna be, well, they all own you as part husband. That'll be interesting. Have fun.
Reverse harem.
Wait, no, perfect, perfect. This clearly won't ever get confusing at all. For every marriage, I'll spin the ring and flip the coin.
They each get a different one.
Yeah, you each get a
You're
different
doing the Peter
personality.
Griffin thing where he's playing as a wife in the other one.
Yep.
A wife with kids that look like her, which I'm just thinking like, how the fuck did she manage that?
Don't worry about it. Don't ask enough. Don't ask a lot of questions.
What is my favorite? What was it? It's a quote that I absolutely love. Was it "Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to" kind of thing? It's like, all right.
My personal favorite quote is, "Your secret is safe with my indifference."
Honestly, before you said anything about magical items, like it was already exhausting. It sounds exhausting.
Yeah. Take a listen. I'm gonna need to make a bunch of con saves.
That's just exhausting.
Speaking of exhausting,
Yeah. Did a 94 kill us?
oh, it might have actually. Jesus Christ!
Good.
Have fun with this, guys.
Like I said,
No,
I'm
no.
back to TPK the party.
Come across a red dragon.
To put in perspective, something that's on this list is Ifrit with a D attached to how many there are going to be.
Yes.
To put that in perspective, Ifrit can use Wish.
My brothers.
It's not a good thing. It's not, they wouldn't be here to be friends.
Yes, they're
Nah.
not happy.
Listen, that's what you think. Brothers and sisters.
Well,
I know.
let's start with a perception check.
Brothers and sisters, I never like this adventuring party. Spare me.
Oh, hey, hey, now.
Perception? There, dude, I'm enjoying this hot tub.
25. That was actually a low roll for me.
Yeah, you rolled a 6 on the die.
Stormy, hello. What the fuck? Thanks for the bits, dude. Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, the 21.
All right, so at least all of you are aware of it.
At the least.
You're definitely aware of it, but the big part of it is not so much being aware of it as you see that there seems to be a vulture as well as some more distant circling. But as the more as you kind of watch, it seems like that, you know, I mean, it's the desert. They kind of watch things that they're not certain if you're alive or, and now you're lingering, so they're definitely kind of watching to see if there might be a meal down here. But you start watching more closely as you realize like the distant ones do look that small. But as you look, you realize that thing is far more distant than it appears. It is flying really high up in the air, and you realize that, oh, that thing's big. Give me a knowledge nature if you have it.
I have a very bad feeling about
I-
this.
I do not have knowledge nature.
What do you think it is, Nikki?
I think it's a rock.
A rock lobster?
Rock lobster.
Rook.
You know, I was just joking about the dragon, right?
I wasn't bringing it.
We are. You're kind of right. You would recognize that up there as you realize, especially once you realize that it has one other head that is like tilted back into its head as it starts. It's hard to notice, and you'd realize that's a rook. That is the Kadiran Osirian version of a rock. It is basically a vulture with two heads. It is certainly not waiting for you to be dead. It's probably just trying to figure out what it wants, and you can tell that those are its kids. The kids don't have two heads, but they that's basically a rock and a rock. Excuse me. There's a bit more embellishment on it, and two juvenile rock.
We're in deep shit.
Dude, nice rock.
Getting out my rifle.
Unlike normal ones, it's not that they're flat-footed or unaware of you. They're definitely watching you, so it's not like they're going to be flat-footed to any attacks. But this one is the case that they're just flying about 250 feet up in the air, and just like so, it's a bit of a. I mean, you could shoot them, and if they fall, great. If you can get the big one to fall, that fall damage is gonna hurt. But it's like at the same time,
There is no way I can do that much damage.
But that thing is, you realize what you know about a rock, Nikki, so you know its full things, because you rolled well enough to understand actually a lot about it. You get 2 categories, which will roll randomly on offensive, defensive, but the baseline, because you barely hit it, because they're CR10. But the big thing is that you know that they are gargantuan. That size you're looking at, he must be very high up there, which means that thing could probably swallow you in one bite, i.e. it has the swallow whole mechanic. Which means if it comes down here, someone's getting snarfed. If it gets an attack roll, which it'll probably be very accurate.
So we need to leave.
You could leave, but it might follow you.
What? I mean,
It's not after the water, it's after the meat. Most likely for its juveniles. Juveniles themselves are large-sized creatures, so it's unpleasant right now.
Yeah, we might. We may have to like pull out the big stops here.
Once you caught up and you see as Verlawaz is looking up at it and just kind of like, this is a really bad time for my promotion actually, because like in the prior I would have been able to talk to it and be like, hey, don't eat us because it's a bird. I'm no longer a bird.
I feel like it would just eat you as an appetizer.
Animals don't eat psychopomps. They usually leave us alone. They usually don't notice us actually, but you know.
Well, then maybe you'll live through this.
She just kind of looks. You can see from the expression, even with the mask, she just kind of slumps like, I don't see you all die.
Well, put in the good word with Pharasma.
Yeah, then all of you if you die. You understand this, right? That thing's not going to eat your souls, but I'm taking it and I'm... She's just grumbling now. She's almost resigning to the fact that you're all going to die.
Well, I have still work to do, so I'd rather not die here. So what do? Impending doom above us, big open desert.
I'm thinking me and Hobbs are going to hit it with some extremely long-range spells and then hope for the fucking best.
I actually have an idea, though it is a little morbid. We
kill ourselves?
We could unload Theodore and send him running into the desert. He's a camel.
The camel.
Currently, it seems. I would say it's a thing. You realize that it's just not coming down because it's aware that there's a couple of you. It seems to be waiting for an easy target or hoping one of you is dead because, like, you guys are laying down and going in the pool and basically like, it's wondering, are you dead? Because if you are, it's like, that's meat.
Oh, so it doesn't. Hopefully, it doesn't want to come down here and kill us. It just wants to scavenge.
It wants meat.
They're generally intelligent. They're not as fast as rocks are. Rocks are hit and run. They fly in, grab you, and carry you off. Rooks are slower. They don't fly near the speed of rocks. But they're fully capable and actually happy to eat fresh, living meat. But they're also more intelligent than a rock. They know that humans can kill us, so they're basically waiting because they're very patient and they exert no effort to stay on thermals. So they're basically just flying the thermals and waiting.
So,
well, then by all means, I'm open to other ideas.
I mean, your plan might be alright. It would at least distract it, I think.
I mean, there's nothing
Load
else.
Theodore up with bombs.
I don't know what else we could do. I mean, if you think we could kill it, we can always give it an honest fight.
I got zero idea. I have no idea how hardy this motherfucker would be.
check my spell list because I don't think I can.
I don't think it's
I mean,
worth the resources. If I'm being honest, if we can avoid it, we probably should.
We're not wrong.
And I hate to be morbid, but when was the last time we actually used Theodore?
Don't even know
now
who
that
it
we
is.
have a couple back of holding.
You see, is Amajoet's watching it, but she just seems to be kind of considering. But she's
Do you have any
Goodbye,
experience with
Theodore.
these?
sorry. What'd you say, Deco?
I asked her if she has any experience with these.
She gives a little bit nod. She's like, I mean, I've fought twice. I've fought them once where I fought a mated pair and a single child, and once before that when I was still fledgling. But I also had a lot more power in both encounters. My resurrection has cost me a fair bit of that. She looks at you and just like, I'm basically just thinking over my spell work, as there's a little bit that I can offer, but nothing that's going to drop it out of the sky. It's more just, she kind of just gestures to the blade, bred for fighting.
My strongest spell is a laser beam, and how far away did you say it was?
Above 250 feet, which means if it falls, it would be taking max fall damage. So if
Yeah.
it fails its fly check, it's going to plummet, and it's going to take minimum 20d6 damage.
Well, I would need it to get closer. My laser beam does not reach that far.
You would need a medium range, or actually not even medium, you need a long range spell to even risk it falling down.
The arm.
Arrows and guns can go that far, but unfortunately, Amajoet uses a sling for her ranged option, so that she's certainly not doing it.
Yeah, I needed to like half that distance in order for me to even start hitting it.
Does this person not have fireballs?
I have lightning bolts.
Yeah.
And I don't even take fire. Is fireball a long range spell?
It is actually a long range spell, yeah.
I think it was medium.
Nope, fireball is long, lightning bolt is medium.
How the fuck
know.
is fireball a long range spell, but lightning
Or I guess
bolt isn't?
lightning bolt has a set range. It doesn't
Because lightning
sound
bolt is
medium.
a 120-foot tether out of your finger.
Yeah, so it doesn't have a range category. It's just that, yeah.
Well, I'll get fireball eventually.
I mean,
Unfortunately, I can't-
you're a 7th level sorcerer, aren't you? Because we're 7th, right?
Be 7th. I'm 6th level.
Are we 6th or 7th? I can't
Or
remember.
7.
When the fuck did we level up?
At the end of the book.
Like 2 or 3 sessions ago.
God, you did a goblin.
Fun.
Okay,
Anyway.
the short of it is the reason why I'm asking is
You were going to take Firebolt the next week because you said you're taking Lightning Bolt this one. So if you want, take Fireball.
also I was gonna say is he's in a free bloodline. He just gets fireball.
So even better.
He just has fireball at 7th. That's why he didn't take it.
Air hit die.
Yeah, that's a hit die.
Rolled twice.
Oh yeah.
At least you didn't get a one like I did.
Okay, cool. Don't mind me. I'm really good and super prepared.
Are those your HP rolls?
Yes.
Yep.
Fuck off. Yeah, so me and you definitely after the session are gonna talk about how I trained like HP. Okay.
Dude, I had a timeout Stormy for 10 minutes, my chat.
Oh no.
Why?
What?
He
For donating too much.
kept playing bits, using bits to, like, sound spam me like over the narrative, and I feel kind of bad about it. But also,
Suha, pia, pia.
But to be fair, that's the most on-brand Stormy thing imaginable.
100%.
I love Stormy.
Oh yeah, just fucking see so many redeems. What the fuck, Stormy?
Wow. Wow.
Just like every minute.
Whatever happened to saying bless your heart? He didn't deserve all that. That's one of the most hateful things you can say in the South, all right? My sweet summer child.
All right. Sarik, I'm with your plan.
I don't know of anything else we can do. I mean, we don't have the equipment to load Theodore up to blow up a bird. I don't think that we have enough people here to fight the bird and then survive. And we can't run for it because it's a bird. So I think the only option we have here is to feed it and not one of us.
You know, I mean, here's the thing. We feed it, it has to come down and eat it, and if it decides to still keep eyeing us, then it's low enough for us to shoot.
I mean, yeah. I hate to do it. I mean, it's morbid, but
I would say that as far as Verlois, could we like hide our camp and maybe just like hide in whatever shelter we make, and then just like look like we're not here, because then maybe it'll go away.
yeah, we can do that. I'll even throw a tarp over.
Well, you mean like what? If we had some sort of like tiny hut?
She nods.
If like
Like, I
some
mean,
arcanists in this party like maybe forgot they had a spell?
Shut up.
I was talking about myself.
Okay, I
She's
thought you were
kinda
talking about
like,
me.
You have something? Does it work now? Can we just go in it?
I can just cast that now. Yeah.
Are we just safe in it? She doesn't know magic. She's just looking.
I mean, only the people I say can go in and out. I have to stay in all times.
Okay.
But it should be like, I don't think you can get through.
It's damn
That's-
safer than being
And you
out here.
can't see inside from the outside.
That sounds like a good idea. Let's try that.
Oh, cast tiny hut. It's a 20-foot radius, so we're gonna have to probably snuggle up with the camel, but
I will ask, like, you guys do have to get pretty close for that one, and that is a very tight radius. And you don't have too many people for it, but at the same time, I could see a camel getting irritated. So give me a handle animal for the meanwhile. But that'll probably. I doubt it's gonna linger for 14 hours if it can't see you or sense you. It's gonna just be like, what the fuck is that?
I will attempt to control the camel. Otherwise, he might get eaten by Char.
That's funny. The camel's not exactly that hard to maintain, but yeah, sure enough, the camel is a handful, as it certainly keeps trying to move away, and like with Char and you guys all in this little 20-foot radius little hut, as it's just like not certain why it can't wander away or go get better grass, but you keep it wrangled close to you as you all just kind of linger and kind of watch, because I think you can see out of it, right?
yeah, you can see out of it, but people can't see in.
Yeah, they just see an opaque sphere, if I recall, or hemisphere, if I recall, right?
Hemisphere, yeah.
So in this case, as you watch as that thing lingers for a while, but you have to basically give it no sense of any life for 8 hours, but that looks like it lasts you 14 hours. So it's a rather unpleasant little like end to your day, but eventually it peels away and you see the young going after it.
I forgot I took the spell specifically because I thought we were going to have to be out in the desert.
Yeah, you literally told me you're gonna have it. I'm like,
And then we were talking and I just kind of forgot all about it.
Don't need tents.
if any of you didn't notice it, and I rolled better than a 1 on its stealth, because otherwise it's not so much in that case stealthing as looks like a standard vulture. And I was literally, if someone went off by themselves, that thing was going to land after you, just be like snarf, and then fly off with you.
I rolled like shit. I was just gonna chill in the hot tub, and if it was like, oh dude, free stew, I would have been like, understandable.
Free stew.
Also,
Yeah, that thing
Mickey,
added like its accuracy for a ruck is like a plus 24. I'm like, oh my god. It would just be
That's
like,
pretty good.
That's pretty good accuracy. It's a pretty good mod.
it's like assuming a 10 on that, and then what was it? It's grapple, so for swallowing you is a plus 34. I was so afraid it was just gonna eat somebody and fly off and just be like, bye.
Goodbye.
Hey, check out this cool new item I got. All right, I'm a Vord. I need to make a new character.
That would literally go on one of those those RPG nightmare ones, and they would just be like, "What a mean DM!" And I'm just sitting here like, "Counter, we rolled it. Go look at the table. It's what's on the table."
Also, loudly proclaim they were fine with TPKing the party. So,
So yeah, it's 8 hours of your otherwise still relaxing, but probably just a little annoying until finally it peels off, and there's just kind of that collective sigh of relief from the party as it's just like, oh my god, that thing's annoying. But unfortunately, yes, animals are going to know that Oasis is also a good place to find prey.
yeah.
I was apparently wrong about Koda's bloodline.
All good.
Well, because you're in a Freedy, so I thought you had the Freedy bloodline.
No, I chose elemental. It's fine. I can always take fireball. It's
not my fault. I'm not racist for assuming.
No, that's a before. That's a
No
before
good
stream
statement
conversation.
ever includes just I'm not racist, because it always seems like just that I'm like you having to defend that makes you.
I'm not racist for assuming your bloodline was your actual race.
Mm.
Nothing wrong with me for the way I'm thinking. There's something wrong with you for not being the way I think.
Exactly. I'm glad somebody here gets it.
All right, so it looks like there's a couple, but Pathfinder doesn't factor whether the moon's. I actually don't know astronomy on that term well enough. What determines whether the moon's visible in daylight or not?
If it's the full moon, it would almost never be visible in daylight because it's on the other side.
Oh, right, you're right. Yeah, so then it's guaranteed going to happen at night. God, I'm just thinking of a time at Target when I literally had a guest tell me that you can never see the sun and moon at the same time, and I'm just sitting here like, what?
What? Go outside.
Have you literally never been outside when that occurs?
Happens all the time. Why don't you just like go out there and just look up?
Have
I mean,
you-
also, there's one part about this design that makes me kind of laugh. Galarian has 3 moons, so it's like, does it care about all 3 moons? Like all the astronomy, everything else. Like, there's only 1 moon that matters for the purposes of like you get more eclipses, like, and that's bad because eclipses in Pathfinder are all like basically the rules of the gods all turn off, and so it's basically a lot of evil gods are like time to party,
That's no moon.
but. Because it actually had 4, but one's blown out. So you basically have like this asteroid field that's kind of it's only visible really in front of the sun, and then at nighttime when it's like illuminated. But it's supposed to be like 3 moons and then this asteroid belt kind of thing around it. So it's like that sounds badass, but at the same time, no adventures ever. They always forget that. It's like where the fuck are the
Yeah, there's so many rules that are like based on the moon being full.
Which moon?
Which moon?
Yeah. Specifically, the witch moon has to be full.
Yes. No, literally, there's one moon that's basically supposed to be the hub of Arcane. So it's like that's the one that they're referring to in those ones. But it's like you think the other moons would have some effect on something then if the moon could control that. But I've literally there's like nothing. It's like I need to.
You get like
I need to help.
a variant lycanthrope that's based on one of the other moons.
It can't be a lycanthrope. It's a new moon, and it's like every wizard is just angry that you're attached to a different moon. That's not how it works. It is for me.
Hey, Sam.
Shouting noises.
Thanks for the head pats.
Anyhow, so that'll basically bring you. Oh, text. Oh, that's from my mom.
Tell her I said hi.
Yeah, how's she doing?
She never called me back.
Wow.
What do you expect from us?
I'm a child.
Also, is Featherfall okay?
Featherfall?
Yeah,
I
because
think she was fine.
I remember having to ask to make sure that spells I take, if they're okay or not, and I get 1 first level, 1 second level, and 1 third level spell. So I need to make sure that I'm getting okay spells.
Stormy, I love you. Please don't make me do it again.
Don't make me do this.
God, Jesus. Yeah, you could just turn off the feature for the stream.
Yeah,
But
about
it's money.
Hold Also, I don't know if I can actually edit components while I'm live.
Oh.
So, over the next morning, make sure you're tracking rations and such because this is desert place. So make sure you have food. If you don't, you're gonna need to borrow from other folks.
Oh, yes. Before we go to bed, I will cast Dream Feast on everyone. Aha!
There you go.
Helpful.
I'm sorry, what did you do to me?
Give you magic.
Yeah, you're gonna dream about a very fancy meal and then wake up.
Yeah,
full.
whatever it is you like to eat the most.
No,
There's an answer to that question.
Had an R34 completely.
Hobbs is only getting eucalyptus leaves in his dreams.
Make up with the poison condition. What did you do to me?
You know what I love about that spell too is if you fall asleep with it prepared, you may also automatically cast it and just be like,
Yes.
boom.
Oh, that was all the bits you had? Okay.
For now, right? That's an easily rectifiable situation.
The beginning of Stormy's fucking villain arc.
Just fucking random. I just look at your chat. The random. I'll suck you slowly.
It's not the beginning arc.
And I love it. It's funny.
Hydration checks.
Usually, my degeneracy in chat is the nights that I'm not doing tabletop.
Listen, chat's being thirsty. I think chat needs to hydrate.
Chat right now.
Hydrate chat.
Reverse Dreamer redeems. They can force their watchers to do things.
You get people to. What?
I was asking, is your character Desmond?
Desmond?
The moon bear?
Why did I take a thing I'm not supposed to take?
Yeah, that spell is Desmond only. Like, it's
Ah.
literally you have to and she has to teach it to you in a dream.
It's a cool way to learn a spell, though.
Okay, that's my bad. We've had it in other campaigns and I didn't.
Yeah, because Lucy's used it before.
But Lucy doesn't learn them the same way, though. Lucy, you do not base
Fair.
anything off Lucy.
That's fair.
That's
I was
true.
giving Lucy shit before she knew that shit. Like, you
Yeah.
need to understand, like, that was literally me playing along. Do not base a thing off Lucy.
That's totally fair. Okay.
Honestly, don't base anything off any of those dragon characters, but, like, especially not Lucy. She's literally,
Fair enough.
she's a reborn goddess.
Yeah.
I don't follow the right rules. That still annoys somebody. How can she be a druid?
I know exactly who that is. 100%. I need to say it was Druid. Oh my god. I look over my chat and it's just hydrates.
Good.
Why?
I just want to get the biggest, like, plastic little, like, drink bottle. Like, you know, like, those, like, ones that you take out to, like, go work out? I want to find
Yeah.
one that's, like, the size of one of those, like, drink, like, little, like, paper cup things. Just find one of those and give it to Goblin for, like, a hydrate.
I literally bought one of those bottles, like a gigantic one, from chat. Like I bought it with some money, and I posted a picture of it, and it was literally just like fucking, hey guys, like since you've hydrated me so much, here's a tool you bought me to hydrate better.
They need to get one
I
of
feel
those
like-
ones with a nozzle on the bottom so I can just have it next to the computer.
I was going to say Goblin seems like he just needs one of those fucking hamster water bottles dangling from the ceiling.
I'm gonna get an IV next, to be honest with you. I'm just gonna fucking leave it in drip.
Water straight into your blood. That's always healthy.
Fine.
It's just tied to the redeem.
You can literally kill him with that. That's terrible.
Dude, the amount of redeems I get every time that they do hydrates, I would die like first time. For sure.
People, water poisoning is a thing. What the fuck?
Nah, like 75% of our bodies are water. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
What
We're
do you
just,
mean you make 100% of your body water?
I don't need the other 25%. It's fine. It's fine. Cheers
I have
to
a-
all the hydrates, you fucking
I-
hooligans.
I have a similar thing, except it just pumps like a pocket of air into my bloodstream.
Aerate.
That's on the side.
Helps him breathe better.
Yeah, that is just...
Yeah.
Your blood's supposed to have air. That's how your blood system works.
How else are you supposed to get oxygen in there?
Disclaimer to the
Exactly.
disclaimer to the people watching this: do not put air in your bloodstream.
Yeah, that'll kill you.
do not.
They'll straight up kill you.
Yeah.
That's why they always, whenever they give you an injection, they always a little bit out and test.
Dangerous behaviors without making sure it's a joke. That is very much not a good choice.
Also, one thing you can do if you guys ever want your legs to grow more, just go ahead and rub milk all over your legs, get the calcium in there.
Okay, I thought you were going to go a different way with that.
Nope.
I heard there's a bed that can help stretch your limbs if you need it.
All right. Ace stream is back.
We should probably let the DM narrate.
Sorry.
Cease hydrated the fuck out of you, Deckle.
Oh no. My Dr. Pepper supplies. Carbonate. You're not wrong.
All right. But otherwise, as a portion of your afternoon is eaten up by having to wait for that. But then early evening, you guys get some food, you get your dream feast, and the next morning you wake up. And you have another day of lounging, but... Well, actually, no, I do have to roll for that, yeah, because 2 days, so we'll see again. Well, let's see, let's move down the line. Nikki, go ahead, D100. We'll see if you have a nicer visitor than... Or maybe you'll just get the vulture again.
Like,
No.
go away.
But they're like, but you look tasty.
200.
I guess they don't get their dream feasts.
Who doesn't?
If I don't have it.
That's nothing, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, make sure you eat food, guys.
Yes. Definitely find something to eat.
What this is precisely, so give me a second.
Okay.
You're all good. I'm still looking at spells.
Just look at my inventory, that fucking pantograph I bought. Bought all sorts of weird shit.
I'm considering taking
Alright.
a rope trick.
You may roll perceptions again.
It's a useful spell at times.
Perceive.
I had a bit of skills. Bit. Where's my perception? There it is.
25. I'm doing good on perception today.
Damn, 16 is probably the highest perception check I've ever rolled in this game.
Look, you don't need to see things.
Listen, I dumped my wisdom. I knew what I was doing.
Crick's AFK?
I
I
said
think
he'd
they're
be our
doing
back.
water.
This one's not major because it's not terribly threatening, but I guess we'll just continue on while he's AFK.
Grey dwarf approaches.
Grey dwarf or dwarf? No. As you're lunging out, you do see another bit of shadow as you get a bit worried. Griark. No one else really notices it, but as you come, you see what looks like a sphinx-like figure seems to be flying this direction. Seems to be kind of flying low and kind of lingers for a bit with its wings, but then swoops back down to continue its. Like it looks like it noticed you a lot, but then almost didn't come forward, but then seems to be swooping down to one of the far pools.
Oh, hey, it's a sphinx thing.
It looks very similar to a sphinx. If you want, you can give me a knowledge arcana, as it seems to be like something's different about it. You can definitely see a very large beard and a bit of a kind of golden sort of hat crown.
I'm back,
sort of
sorry.
thing.
16.
What are we doing?
That was a
with
great
knowledge
dwarf.
perceptions and then an identification for a creature that's approaching.
Oh, okay.
But this thing, as you look at it, you realize as it gets closer, it doesn't seem to be the body of a lion, but it seems to be more of a goat. You can't actually identify it. You don't know. It's like it seems related to a sphinx, but it seems different. It seems to have the body of the goat, and it seems to be like a bit of a golden and kind of colorful crown. It looks like it has small rings pierced into its its wings. Say that 10 times fast. You can also see along its body as it has looks like some stuff all attached to its back, as it looks like as it seems to land there, and definitely seems to watch you a bit as it kind of struts a little bit. You realize it's not posing, but just kind of watching you all to see what you do, as it looks ready to refly, but otherwise seems to move to the water's edge.
Sorry, I was grabbing water. What's the context of this animal? Are we trying to like?
This thing flew down. It lingered for a second and kind of looked at you. It seems to be a goat-bodied sphinx-like thing, except instead of being like upwards, it literally is just the head coming out of like a human-like neck out of the body of a goat, but with wings of an eagle. Seems to be wearing a kind of golden hat with like little colorful adornments. Has a very large beard, kind of blackish brown in color, and seems to be a gentleman's face. Otherwise, seems to have some piercings or some bindings in the beard, as well as then piercings in the wings. And I offered a knowledge arcana to identify it. And it was just Griark saw it approaching, but doesn't seem to be directly being hostile. Seems to have landed at the far pool of the three pools, the alkaline pool, the one that you probably shouldn't. I mean, if Hobbs, if you are bathing in it, he probably he's probably eyeing you a bit, but doesn't seem to shy away from moving up to it.
Greg's just gonna wave, say no siren. Hi. That's a bad pull drink for him, by the way.
Looks back at an siren, just I am aware, but it has other properties that make it quite useful.
Just thumbs up.
Am I defiling a sacred pool?
He actually laughs a bit of just. I mean, are you? That's a question for you, son.
Maybe a perception check to see if he's defiled the sacred.
Sense motive on Hobbs.
Guys, you guys can define that. If you jerked off in the sacred pool of tears of kung fu, like Po will be sad. Oh, we do not wash our pits in the pools of kung fu.
I don't know if I need to roll a deception for this or not, but I've definitely pissed in this pool at least once.
Wow.
Wow.
Kyle would be disgusted. You pee in the pool? How dare you?
Dude, there's two types of people in the world: people who pee in pool and fucking liars.
Wow.
Everyone's done it at least once.
Well, if you come over, you're not allowed in my pool.
Very fair.
Very fair.
Can you imagine explaining it for your folks? Why is he not allowed in the pool?
He was being honest.
Dude, the convention that we go to together is going to be real interesting. Hey, everyone that's getting the pool, you see me in there already.
There's going to be like a hot tub in the room, goddammit, because otherwise...
Steam.
Unsaid things are better unsaid. Shakespeare.
No.
All right. He kind of sighs, and you actually just hear he's like, I know purify water and food. I suppose I'll need to use it today. I mean, I generally do, but he just kind of grumbles a little bit. He's like, but he starts muttering about they say urine can be helpful in medical applications, so I suppose. But you see, as it seems like he's mage handing some jugs with some. They look almost like canopic jars until you realize no, they're empty, but they do seem to have sealing lids. As he goes to fill two large jars, and he seems to be moving them down to take a scoop of it, but he does seem to pause, and you'd recognize him casting purify water on it.
I think Sarik is just kind of sitting down, writing in his journal, but watching this guy.
Right.
Like, so, what are you using it for? I'm not opposed. I'm just very curious. Like, what purpose does it have?
The stone and metals in the ground and sands beneath us leach into the aquifer that heats and comes up this way. It's actually more from and he starts. It's a little condescending as he almost mansplains magma physics to you as he's just. But just it heats it up and causes this water to boil up and come out, and it comes out with a bit of infused, but not always safe to drink water. It's not terrible, but in any case, when you use it with healing magic combined with first aid, traditional first aid, it can be quite beneficial. But I had been running low, so I thought I would come here and refill. And then the rest I would take from the normal springs, which I probably should purify as well. As he just kind of mutters to himself, giving a little bit of a look to you all now. Not like he's mad, just kind of a mental check note.
I see.
Neat stuff.
Where are you from, sir?
Here, the desert,
Ah,
the great sea of dunes.
It's quite the neighborhood you have here.
I traverse almost the entirety of this swath between many of your kind's cities. Long distances are not difficult for my kind. And I generally keep a lookout for those that are having issues and try to ensure that they at least find their way to some place like this, let alone to a city of theirs or at least an encampment.
very nice of you.
Yeah.
He gives
Better-
you a small nod.
Better than that big bird that was trying to eat us.
Well, I mean, it didn't try to use. It was just making. It was seeing for dead yet.
What did it look like? And he probably immediately like, was it a vulture-looking thing with two heads?
Yeah, that one.
Those are called rooks. They are very they also range very far, and there are a couple nests of them that are of this is their hatching season, so they are very much looking for food for their young. And worse yet, very few of those young won't live to adulthood, and they can become quite the menace.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Simple enough creatures, however.
Yeah, we hid.
Mm-hmm.
What is your name, strangers? My name is Akadi.
I'm Dev Ari.
Griark, Jimja.
I'm Sarik. This is Verlawaz. And the one in the pool over there, that is Hobbs.
I'm currently getting out of the pool stark naked, trying to find where I left my pants.
That's why the camel. That's Theodore.
Yeah, that's Theodore.
And
Also,
that's
here's,
a Maduit.
I am curious. Why does Theodore wear pants? No, so just kidding. I was gonna jokingly say Hobbs's pants.
God, who put my pants on the camel?
I just giggle and go back to writing in my journal.
There's your answer.
It is a pleasure to meet you, though.
Likewise, he doesn't seem at all phased by the nudity. Because I mean, he's mostly nude apart from some ornamentation.
Hmm.
I think I have a picture of this thing. One second, let me find it. Because like, this is a majestic motherfucker. I'll tell you that. Which you could probably apply him for more details, or otherwise, at the same time as majestic and kind as he is, he also seems to be kind of just doing his thing. He doesn't seem too worried about explaining too much. Just seems to be. You get like a little bit of a respectful nod from him as you realize that he's just happy he can do his business without major issue.
I mean, he's not hurting us.
Yeah, long
Right.
story short, it's basically he feels he has more like he'll do better good patrolling the desert than sitting here and talking about it. So he's mainly just refilling, and it seems that he just kind of devotes himself to keeping people safe.
Hmm.
Also,
If you find yourselves traveling across the Great Wastes, keep a lookout for my wingspan. I'll keep an eye out for you, I suppose.
Sounds like a good deal.
Be much appreciated.
Which he fills up the other two jars with fresh water and then probably just goes to make his way off unless anyone has any dire need to speak with him on something.
No.
No, I'm good.
Question.
Hmm?
Is Shadow Trap an okay spell?
Yeah, Shadow Trap's fine.
I'm assuming knock is also okay.
Knock is fine.
I have knock in case you wanted to. No, I don't care if you take knock as well. I'm just like letting you know.
I might get a different spell then, but I'll.
Yeah, because you
It-
do
it
less
can
spells than I do.
I will also say for clarification's sake, I think I made a mistake on one of the times I leveled up in the past because I think I had one too many third level spells. So like there was one that I just hadn't used yet, so I just swapped that one out with Fireball. but I had like an earth tremory thing that I just don't think I'd used.
Does it come from your bloodline?
No. The third level spells I had were lightning bolt, which I got from the spell thing, like the spell focus I picked up really early on. They gave me a free spell. And then I had haste, and I had the earth tremory thing, even though I should have only have learned one third level spell by that point. So
Gotcha.
I don't know where I got one of those two spells from. So I got rid of the earth tremor, I replaced it with fireball, and I also have protection of energy now, but that's because of elemental sorcerer. So now my spell list is cleared up. Just wanted to clarify.
Got it. All right. Outside of the visit from the creature, whatever the Sphinx-like thing, Akadi makes his way off, and from that, comes to the nighttime as the moon begins to rise, as the sun has long since set and the purples give way to just the dark blues. You would see as the moon rises, and as such, you even at your distance, as you probably start getting yourself ready to make your way to the library, you hear somewhere in the distance of it, you just hear this.
Excuse me. Stormy? Alright, I'll check.
I like that because it made it sound like Dev was saying that was them. They made the noise. We have an idea what the sound was.
I mean, you could go investigate the pyramid.
Ah, yes, the
Yeah,
pyramid,
probably best.
the thing that we're here for. Yes.
I think it's the sound of progression.
We should go take a look.
Yeah.
It's a short, like not even a half mile away, as you guys were about a third mile away from it. You would see, sure enough, the dark stone pyramid, still 50 feet tall, but as you look at the main wall that you saw, that sort of entrance guarded by the stone figures, you'd see as it looks like the door itself, as if a layer of it has fallen down, as it's very clear the moon's illuminating it, and as such, the rocky hills wrapped around it don't seem to be blocking it, as it seems to be, judging from the time, like the moonlight just crested and touched the corner of it, is only about a third across, like even illuminating it as the moon's rising up to see it more. But it seems as soon as the moonlight touched it, a single layer dropped down, and as such, now exposed to the air, there seems to be a image of what looks like a human handprint just in the middle of the door, glowing with the faint silvery light.
Neat. I suppose we should check that out. Sariko, wanna make sure we don't die? Going to the goblin AFK.
Dead.
Am I? was I
there. Yeah. Apparently.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Very cool. Anyways, yes, I would like to make sure that we don't die. I would love that, in fact. That sounds like the best idea.
Yeah. You want to give me a perception? You could go up there and examine it.
Sure. Where is my perceiving? My damn perceivers? There. 26.
doesn't seem to have any traps on it. You can sense that it does seem to be a rather thick layer of it that seems to like, but you can feel the hollow behind it. That it seems to be like, I mean, that there's probably like an opening there. So it's like it doesn't feel like there's any trap to it. It just seems like it's a door to secure it, from what you can tell.
Okay. The stone sense didn't pick up any traps. Anything weird? Perception didn't reveal anything. Okay. Look back to the
Yes.
party. Shrug.
Thank you, Stormy.
And you said it seems to be like a release.
Seems like it's, I mean, it just looks like it's a door. You don't see any handles. You don't see anything else on it other than just a glowing handprint. A little bit larger than, well, not quite larger than yours, but definitely you can tell the difference between your more stocky hands and their more slender.
Right.
Those delicate humans, you know.
I think Sarik will sigh and then place his hand on the glowing handprint.
Yeah, there is a bit of a rime of silver as soon as you place your palm against the handprint. And as you kind of hold that there for a second, the entire thing illuminates on the edges with that same silver light. And then it begins to slowly sink silently into the floor to allow entrance in. As it comes downwards, as soon as it reaches your level, you'd see as almost right into your lap, a corpse just falls. Like, I mean, it's you if you want to catch it or let it like drop back. But it's definitely a desiccated old corpse.
He can just fall. I'm not catching him.
Hey, free corpse.
Yeah, it seems to be wearing tattered, threadbare clothing. His flesh is taut and stretched and leathered against his bones. He's wearing a rotted leather satchel. And then, yeah, if you want more details, it would be a heal check.
Yeah,
Huh.
I'll give you one of those. How about a dirty 20?
What's the matter, Qual?
Payback will be swift. Just know this.
What?
Check Deckle stream.
I didn't. We just used threatening decal.
Check Deckle stream.
I mean, you did say you did that. It's
Payback
not
will be
inaccurate.
swift.
You can't get mad for something you admitted.
Am I missing something?
Check Deckle stream.
Could someone detail it to me? Because I'm kind of...
Deco put a IP in Pool's hat on Koala's avatar.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
It just had that says IP in Pools.
IP input, nice.
If you also check the general chat of World of Morn, Stormy posted a screenshot.
Yeah, Stormy provided the image for me.
Yeah,
I
I
know.
know.
Stormy, you are a credit to all of us. I love it so much.
Stormy, is this payback for you getting blocked off Goblin stream?
Why would they get payback on you for something that Goblin did?
I don't
He's
know.
Like, I like that he's like, yeah, he tied me out for donating too much. It's totally why I did it.
So I only now noticed the picture of that Rook. Holy shit, that's not a cool thing.
Oh.
Alright, so for your heal checks, you can tell that this man did not die of any sort of violence or trap or anything to him. As you look at him, and it just seems to be... As you look over his body, you can see that... ta-da! What's it say? It looks like he's been... I mean, looks fairly preserved. Like, he must have been in there for quite some time. But you can tell that it's like, it seems to be starvation, but also seems like his body, like, as those of you that breached 20 are able to tell that, you can also tell that his body didn't just decrepify from starvation. It looks like it also just deteriorated to not being used. Like, it's, I mean, it sure is something.
Sure is something.
Sure is.
He chose poorly.
I mean, I'm pretty sure considering he just flopped on Sarik and didn't do anything, he's probably dead. You know, we've been poking him for a bit, but I'm just gonna
No
slip
undead
on.
rising though.
Yeah, I was gonna slip on my Death Watch eye lenses and just make sure.
It was not the cup of the carpenter.
I don't trust corpses after our fucking trip into Necropolis.
Honestly, fair.
What, or the Five Nights at Freddy's experience?
Yeah, you know. In most campaigns, I would consider these almost worthless items. And this is gonna get some mileage.
Wait, which one has mileage? Also, you guys are gonna jump a little bit because I realize I can't. Oh no, I can. Okay, I gotta do like that. Give you guys a little bit of a better than just staring at Wanty the entire time.
Aha.
It's not perfect. It's hard to find art of like a pyramid like this, like that. But you know, because it's supposed to be in a rocky incline and kind of buried in it. But you know, this works for a
It's pretty
nice
fancy.
dark. Yeah. Otherwise, it looks like you can hear that there's still stuff in his bag, but
Oh, we're definitely gonna lose the dead guy.
Yep.
He's not using it anymore.
Yep.
one second. You see,
think
you're
I've
gonna say something?
Yeah, I think I'd be like empty his pockets, take the stuff off, and I think I would like give him an actual burial, like give him some last rites.
Yeah, you could take him outside and like bury him for Magrib and such like that. Easily done.
Yeah.
You would be able to tell looking at him from the heal check as well that this which probably to your thing there, Sarik, is you could tell this man was a dwarf.
Oh.
He seems to have a variety of some small little knickknacks, which I'll get you the full one on that because I have to double check if one of these is the thing I think it is. Otherwise, I might need to replace it. But otherwise, he does have a journal.
Okay. Yeah, it's
Ah,
totally
sweet reading.
Oh, shoot.
Oh shoot!
You literally did drop a Great Dwarf on him.
Oh my god, you did.
I threatened that I would. I never said it would be hostile.
There's a small voice in Sarik's head that is mildly upset at this man.
Something in my soul doesn't like this. I mean, other than the fact that he's dead, like that's sad. But there's something that's mad.
It's something that's angry. Something about
Why are my ankles hurt?
Yeah, I don't.
Why do I feel like I died in the water? Like what? There's no water. I don't swim.
Fucking A.
Am I missing things?
I cannot with this guy.
The journal itself is mostly rotten, but it is actually written amazingly in Dwarven. You're able to see that it does have some details about his final excursion that seems to have survived most of it. But it seems that the excursion does detail coming into here as he came in with a pair of companions. It seems that he is a bit baffled as he came in with a human and a elf, and you see that they detailed that the seems that the elf that he references that seems to be named Talanya, that seems to have theorized about the entry being correct about the lunar cycles, but otherwise then he's mystified. He was checking the forward way to make sure that it was safe before suddenly he found himself watching Talanya moving in and the door behind him sealed, and was basically victim to watching her fall victim to a trap in the hallway ahead. As it he doesn't seem to detail the trap, unfortunately, but it just that it seemed to only take a moment and then she was gone forever, and yet I couldn't return, but she was behind me. How did she grow ahead of me? I still don't understand. And then Morin never even came in. God damn that human, as it just seems like that's the last he wrote in it, though. Seems like it's just you do see as seems to be a mark at the front that seems to be like a little inventory that does seem to be survived on the inner one that seems to show a bunch of things. Looks like he wrote lists of materials and then crossed them off as he used them or lost them, and you can very much see as it looks like there's a more dire sort of etching in the last list. It looks like he kind of ate his way down. Like probably had enough food here to last a while, but eventually ran out. Seems like he stayed in that first chamber, too afraid to move forward and couldn't move back.
Well, I'm terrified.
Grim fate.
Assuming Tariq tells us all this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely some sympathy, and 100%. I give this shoot a proper burial. Is there any like indicators of like his clan or family?
You would see that this man came from far across from the west. You would be giving knowledge local. This is one you would definitely, because to you it's not just a simple check. He's not a desert dwarf, as far as you can tell from the iconography.
Not trained in that knowledge, but why not?
You get a
17.
familiarity bonus, and you have a max of 15. What'd you get?
17.
Okay, yeah, so you definitely got it if it's possible, which in this one you could, even though it's considered foreign to you in this degree, but given your familiarity with dwarves, it probably came up in some conversations.
I would just want to like, essentially, since
Be able to mark his grave, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sure you're not trying to return him to where it is, but
No, but like maybe send a message home or something. Like this dude had a grim fate.
you would recognize it as he seems to be from, at least like from the little bits of it surviving and then little markings on some of the corners of the journal, as his actual armor wasn't heavy armor and didn't survive the time. But he seems to be from a place that is from, you'd recognize as Yanderhof, which is in the Mindspin Mountains over in the western continent.
Okay.
But it's one of the Sky Citadels. It's a rather famous dwarven fortress. The Sky Citadels are basically fortresses that go from the core of the world all the way up to the sky.
Super cool. Yeah, I'll hold on to his journal, and I think whenever we get back to town, I'll probably mail that. I don't know. try to get a hold of somebody over there to mail it to. Hopefully, get in contact with somebody in his family. It's about the best I can do, other than bury him. That's it for me, though.
You know, I'll just add the missing loot for the wary one. I'll just keep the part that I know is good. So he does seem to have 2 potions on him, as well as a small little magical scarab.
Oh. 2 potions, huh? We need to
Excuse
identify.
me, 3 potions. I apologize.
Ooh,
All 3 of them seem to be the same brown liquid.
I can try to identify with my alchemy.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me 2 alchemy checks.
So, suppose we should have addressed this earlier, but did we buy extra food for this?
I mean, I did.
Yeah, I have extra food.
Granted, I don't know how much extra food we need for whatever the hell this dwarf had to deal with. So,
Right.
Amanjawit does have no need for food since the half undead, and Verlois and similar, so you don't got to worry about either of the leadership cohorts.
That's good.
She does need a dosing of negative energy to stay active, but in that case, she can minister it to herself. So as long as she has the ability to rest, she has the ability to stay alive, at least in terms of starvation. Same time, she can eat and gain all benefits of eating because of benefit of half undead. It's not a requirement. It's not a loss either.
Yeah.
Half undead is quite a strong template. Granted, that's not a baseline template. That's the one special one for her in this case. But anyways. So, yeah, you guys kind of check your gear in case there's something in there that's going to trap you in there, but... However you'd like to proceed. At this stage, I need some more details. When you get to things that are relevant to maps, I can at least describe it. I do have maps and such, but rather than make it just all combat and that, it's kind of more...
Did Briark's alchemy checks give us anything?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. Let me take a look. First 1 second. Yep, you'd be able to recognize 2 of those are potions of comprehend language. One is a potion of tongues. You're also able to determine, because at 23, that he did have a second one. Seems that he did use one of the potions of tongues. That he did have a second one. But to what? Or maybe he just used it prior to this. But in any case, small clue to something maybe.
Yeah, I'll hold him up and show him to the party.
Okay.
This one lets you know. This one lets you read languages. This one lets you speak them.
Noted. What about the scarab?
Well, you think I got some sort of spell that can just identify things? I mean, I do.
You just hear Verloise kind of grumble a little bit. She's like, I lost that. I lost some things in the promotion.
Oh, but you
It's
gained
fine. Yeah, you gained fingers
You do have hands now.
and other parts.
I guess I shouldn't be greedy, but it's still just I feel like I'm less useful, but maybe not.
You're not less useful. Don't ever say that again. You're a valued member of the team. You've saved
You
our
can
lives.
stab things now.
Yeah, you can literally stab things now. I mean, I know you could do it with your beak before, but now you have hands. They're way better at stabbing.
And then she goes to throw. She also pulls out the little dagger that seems to just summon to her now, as well as the little floating gravestone. She's like, yeah.
Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on. Those are way cooler. You have hands now for cool things.
She gives a bit of a nod as she seems to kind of straighten herself up. Seems like you kind of pepped her up a bit.
I'm gonna go cast Death on this scarab.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a spellcraft.
Gabriel, hi. And I don't know what you mean. There's no MILF milkshakes around here.
You'd be able to recognize that as a Golem Bane Scarab Griarch.
Golem Bane Scarab.
Basically means that it allows your attacks and spells to bypass any of their DR and resistances, as well as it thrums in the presence of constructs. So if they're hiding as statues, it alerts you.
It can be very useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of that is noted.
Especially since some of the tougher golems tend to have 15 DR, and this thing's like, I don't care.
Right? Adamantine golem.
Mhm.
Cherry vanilla
Probably
ice cream
best.
sundae.
Probably best on whoever can pump out the most damage.
Not me.
I don't do damage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you never do any of that damage.
I miss all my attacks.
I don't think it works with spells, anyways. What about you, Dev?
I mean, I suppose it's
See, the only thing I would find it useful for is the detection ability of it.
yeah, the neck, right? I can do that.
Indeed it is. And also double check, I forget what the scaling value for Nex is. That might be enough to qualify as a +1 natural. Don't forget that kind of stuff.
Yes, that's a good point.
That is a +1 natural armor. Because it's worth 2,500 and the thing is 2,000 for the +1.
You know, I'm pretty good at detecting things in stone. I don't know what exactly happened to this unfortunate dwarf, but it seems like it might be a little bit more than a simple trap.
Yeah, I'm a lot more concerned about this expedition than I was.
I'm sure it's fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, I could think of a handful of things, but for now, I suppose we still need to go in.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Just go with our classic strategy. Keep walking forward, and if you die, then we learn that it was some sort of very dangerous trap.
Pretty much. Hey, Verluwas, I'm gonna need you to be at least 2 people back in this stack. Can't have you die in front of me like this dwarf had to see.
Otherwise, you can hang out with me in the back.
She's like, okay, 2 people, I guess. But like, if you die, I need to be close enough to grab you so that you don't go nowhere.
You're still in the arm? And I slap my shoulder piece.
And she gives a bit of a nod.
I mean, yeah, that is what's gonna happen, though. I am gonna very tentatively walk forward. And aside from just stone sense, I would also like to be doing perceptions for traps. I don't feel like taking chances, to be honest.
So, as you step in, you can see that there is a small room. Let me get the size ones, and I'll see if I can shift you to a actual map here. But it seems to be about 25 feet across. Looks to be more about like 30 feet in, but it seems like you can see as there seems to be a bit of a plaque in the middle of it. As you kind of peer your head in and look around in the corner, kind of by where it looks like you had a bit of a... I mean, there's a stain that looks like you probably sat in that corner a lot. You do see as it looks like there's a little golden... kind of golden wooden plinth that looks like it survived the test of time fairly well.
Okay, I will investigate the plinth.
The plinth itself seems to be small. It looks like kind of like the board you'd use to like clip a map onto so it doesn't blow away in like the wind, especially in like desert wind. Seems to be definitely masterworking creation. Looks very well preserved in here. You recognize the term for this as a cartouche.
Cartouche.
Mm-hmm.
Cartouche you talking about?
How do you spell that?
Cartouche.
Doesn't seem to be. Like, I don't. Do I need to like a percent? I just want to like check it out. Is there anything on it? Is it magical?
Oh no, this is like a piece of gear over by where he was camping. There's a plaque and then this is the little plinth. So it's like it's more just the I thought you were looking for the little piece of gear. This is like the little piece of gear he left. The plaque itself, if you're examining that is more data. Sorry, I apologize.
You're fine. I'm gonna pick up that cartouche. I'm gonna put it in a bag, aka the loot list.
I want to read it.
Yeah. Oh, the cartouche or the?
I mean, it's probably got words on it, right?
There do seem to be like little ones that seem to be little numbers, and it has 2 little brass like slidable dealies. If you were to like, if you had a map on it to let you like triangulate a little bit. They definitely seem to be working in pristine order. So it seems very nice. There are little markings, but nothing really written. But you do see like underneath the brass holders, there's definitely remains of parchment. So it looks like whatever the parchment rotted, but. Let me see what the plinth or the plaque itself says. Yeah, the tablet itself is carved to resemble like it's made of a scroll, but it sits at a slight angle, resting on the back of 2 carved stone ibises, and then the ancient hieroglyphics upon it. The walls are lined with recesses in the walls that form simple shelves, row after row of gauze-wrapped shapes, each about a foot tall. You'd see that there's more than just that, as it seems like some of them actually seem to be more than just humanoid, as it looks like they've wrapped some birds to be standing, as well as what looks like some pets laying near some of them. But definitely seems like most of the tombs are right here in the entry hall. But, since you speak Ancient of Siren, right?
Yep.
So you can see that it seems to be a short prayer to Thoth, as the giver of knowledge and the source of wisdom. It proclaims that this temple is a holy place, and warns those that do not respect the library, its patron, or its keeper will suffer grievously for their insult. It also advises that once one begins down the path of the ibis, one can never return to before she first set out.
Fun.
Well, there's that.
Otherwise, Griark, if you'd like, you could give me a. I mean, if you were examining this thing, if there's anything further you want to examine it for, then just let me know. I suppose it's the first thing, and then depending on that, maybe.
Not really sure. No, is there like, do I know what ibis is or?
Ibis is the type of bird. It's associated with the ibis and the owl are basically tots. This was explained to you by even by Amajawet. That basically they're the symbols of wisdom, basically wisdom and intelligence, respectively.
Gotcha.
Because ibis or ibis are basically supposed to be very good at. They're very hard to hunt because they basically are really, really attuned to basically when danger's near. Whereas owls are all about wisdom, which even persists to this day.
Indeed.
Not sure at the moment what else I would try and learn from this. Can I look for like a secret pouch or something? I don't know. Maybe it has like hidden stuff.
Trying to give me an int or a wisdom?
They're the same modifier, which is bad for intelligence caster. Hey, I'm pretty smart. Got 21.
Maybe detect magic? It survives where it's
Yeah.
untested.
Yeah, I was a good little detect magic.
It is radiating magic. Not the
Hey,
character
it's
themselves.
magic.
Never believe it's not.
Can I attempt to like spellcraft the magic?
Takes 10 minutes. Well, what are you doing in the meanwhile then, Sarik, I suppose?
Looking
Identify
around.
identifies as standard, but
I'm just looking around for more things.
Don't want to blow a bunch of spells right at the start. And again,
Obviously.
what'd you say, Sarik? I apologize.
You're fine. The only thing I'd really be doing while they're doing that is honestly just trying to find more information that's like readily available in this room, and also I guess sweeping the immediate area for traps so they don't accidentally get killed Indiana Jones style.
All right, so sweeping the room, you said?
Yeah.
All right. And you proceed past like the corner he lived in, and then you find that there's another corner that seems to be in the far, like the literal opposite corner of the room. That you could see that there's. I mean, I doubt in a lot of time. I honestly don't know what happens to Pooh and Detrius like that after. Like, does it turn into nothing? Does it turn into small little nuggets? I don't know. But in any case, you find those. You see those remainders in the far corner. However, as you go to peer around and go to like double check to see, make sure there's nothing like on the backside of the tablet, the rest of you would see as Sarik freezes. Sarik, you can no longer participate as you are frozen, dead still.
Hell, maybe I should speed up the identification of this thing. Yeah, I'm
Orc
gonna
isn't moving.
gotta cast identify. Heather got 10 minutes.
Sarik, are you dead? He's not answering me. Oh no.
Verlawaz looks immediately worried as she almost goes moving up right to him, but then has enough foresight to realize, no, that's a bad idea. But she does look at him as you see her eyes glow with that bluish white light of Pharasma. She's like, he's not dead. His soul's still there.
I have an
Give me the
idea.
spellcraft.
but-
Oh, what? Well, this is a spellcraft for your identify. So
Yeah.
also at this stage, I'm going to move you guys in, and I'll ask Sarik that you move basically to the square parallel with the thingy. Once I the mid.
6.
Yeah, so 36 with the identify. You'd identify that this little plinth seems to be a tool. Let me get the specific description up of it. You'd recognize that this is a little, what is it called? In their terms, at least. Oh, shit. I hate this. Whenever I hit caps lock when I'm in a file, it just like goes away on me. Sorry. It's called just a map cartouche. Nice and simple, I know. But basically, it doesn't weigh anything, as it's basically, and it's made to be, the center of it's blank, But basically what it is if you place any map, be it one that you found or one that you just hand draw of an area, as long as you feel it's an area and know what you're looking at, once a day you can activate it, and then the two little lines will basically show you the nearest thing that you haven't found in the room. Something that,
Oh.
so it can be a trap, it could be like it can just flat out be a trap trigger. It's the nearest from wherever you trigger it. But it'll basically just go right to the nearest one that you haven't found yet. And then it could be something like a secret compartment, a secret door, hidden room, even treasure that you didn't find as long as it's hidden. If it's something you just didn't see and it's in plain sight, it won't catch it. But it's based off the person holding it. But it can reveal hazards, but not creatures. I.e., like a green slime or yellow mold, it'll reveal, but like a black pudding, it won't. But it does take a minute one full round in order to activate. And then after that point, your ability to see it, disable it, as well as your save and armor class against whatever it is, including if it's like a hazard that turns into a creature, are up for an hour. So basically you get a big boon because you know it's there. It doesn't tell you what it is. It just points it out. So if it's something that's utterly impossible for you to find, like it's on a plane you can't see but overlaid on your plane, you know it's there, but that's it.
Pretty useful and neat tool, though.
Yeah, very cool. I was a big fan when I saw it.
Okay, so I'm guessing, based upon what the Dwarven Journal said, Sreek probably just wandered into an altered time field.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you could spellcraft the effect on him if you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose
Just to
Yes.
check.
Everybody help. Because I didn't roll very high.
Furtherwise actually has the ability. She adds a 12 to it, so she's not terrible at it now.
Yeah, she'll probably roll higher than I did then.
Oh, yeah.
Look at all these
Or she's
highly
an expert.
skilled mages.
Yeah, Verlois would be able to confirm that, sure enough, he is very much frozen in time. She's also able to confirm that effect seems to be an artifact level effect. Your chance of dispelling that is nigh impossible.
Cool.
Said we have to, once you walk down the path, what did it say?
Once you walk down the path of the Ibis, you can't return along it or something to that effect.
You can still read it. It's not like it's not legible anymore. So if you look at it again, I'll reread it. I just gotta scroll back to it now.
I'm gonna go grab it. You're gonna take out a piece of parchment, write a note. Sarik, you seem to be in a different time field than us. I'm gonna toss it like past where Sarik stopped. Just this is a fun test for Sarik.
Yeah, the paper flutters right past and just seems to land in front of him.
Ah, damn! I thought that'd be cool if he found a note.
I mean, he's still visible. You can still see him.
Gotcha.
It seems to be, but otherwise, sorry about that. I just had to find the thing on the front, which was a prayer to Toth, referring to him as the giver of knowledge and the source of wisdom. Proclaims that the temple is a holy place. Warns those that do not respect the library, its patron, or its keeper will suffer grievously for their insult. And then it advises once you begin down the path of the Ibis, you can never return to before she first set out. Which the wording of that, the way that it says to before, does seem to indicate a time effect. Where it seems to be referring to the when.
Gotcha.
Cool shit.
When does the Ibis set out is the question.
Cursive, is that where you wanted my token?
Yep, that's perfectly fine. You can choose whichever side if you feel you would have started on top or bottom. Let me just shrink you down. Shrinky dink. Actually, you know what? Let me do one thing before anyone else reses themselves. I'm gonna check because I noticed that the map itself, the gray boxes are a little large. Let me just shrink these down. Because your thing auto scaled, and that's my bad. I didn't change the map thing.
Yo, after stream, ask me about this breakfast sandwich I made this morning because Rose just made me another one, and it's so good.
Can you bring one over to me? That sounds amazing.
Dude. So
Yeah. So yeah, choose top or bottom. Feel free.
I think Sarik would have probably gone top and then around.
You do see as one thing as Majoet does pull out a small bag as she seems to rotate them, and then you see she reaches in, and you see she pulls out a small caltrop, and she's like, a different test, maybe? This shouldn't harm him if I just underhand it in there. I just want to see.
Okay.
She a dwarf of his stature. She goes to underhand it, kind of at his backside of his armor, because there's no way it's gonna, like, even if he stepped on it, his armor's too high to be hurt by caltrops.
You reminded me of that one story you told
Well,
me.
his
Kirsten.
leg might explode.
Yeah,
Right.
we're like, I
That's
guess everybody
exactly
saw
the-
that.
He's too armored.
I use the damage of your armor to damage your leg.
Well, you see, my boots don't have soles in them. That's how I can feel the rocks.
Yeah. Since he's time stopped, he actually can't defend himself, so it's gonna just pierce right through him and kill him instantly. So.
She triple crit him. Oh, Majoet gets a level. No, just kidding. No, but sure enough, though, it doesn't even ding off the armor itself, as it seems like there's almost like a bit of a callous field around it that seems to be just kind of holding him there. But sure enough, yeah, it also doesn't seem to actually make connection with him. You can tell he's probably invulnerable, potentially to all spells. Like, I would say, like, from her spellcraft, Verloise could probably confirm that, yeah, literally your spell work isn't going to even touch him. It's pretty much you'd have to find a release or jump full in with him.
This would be a perfect time to just do epic pranks.
Just
Don't.
thinking,
I was
like,
already
how
thinking
much-
of it.
How much
But,
strength
like-
do they need to like wield me as a club and just like swing their way through this entire dungeon?
Just like slap a weird hat on him and some shit.
Just weaken at Bernie's this shit, you know, just like, all right, let's go.
It's still technically a stone sense. You just can't.
Imagine how that feels to you. Suddenly, there's just like, you're just like, why did I just sense like a whole building passing? Where am I?
Yeah, like I don't know if I'm jumping ahead in narrative here, but like, am I conscious? Like what's going on with me?
You're
right now?
frozen in time, dude. To you, it's nothing occurred. To you, zero occurred. You're just looking behind it.
I'm just okay. All right, I'm with you. Well,
I mean,
Like the journal literally, he's like, suddenly she was ahead of me, because you can probably surmise what exactly happened to the other dwarf now.
yeah.
It sounds like the other human was like, oh fuck that.
I suppose the can't leave him in there alone,
Verlois
right?
said something a little. Oops, go ahead, Deck. What was that?
Said we can't leave him in there alone, right?
Her Verlois nods. She's like, I mean, I know we have other things to do, but we are also carrying it, so I suppose being trapped in time isn't the worst thing. Maybe we just go in. 'Cause wherever he's going time-wise, I kind of want to be there. He's not going to starve like that. Although you do hear Majoret, she's like, there's no guarantee that you're released from that. If you're just stuck until someone else lets you out, then that's a problem.
The
I'm
year
not
is
gonna-
14,000. Starships are in the sky.
Gonna run away like that human in the journal.
I guess, yeah, there's nothing for it. I mean, what else are we gonna do? It's literally leave Streak here forever, or we go in with them.
Majoret just looks probably to Devin just to eternity then.
Mm-hmm. I'll look to Char and have him come with us.
I am gonna make a paper hat and try and mage hand it on top of Streak's head, though.
I mean, yeah, it's not like
Solid
a
move.
column of time, so it just rests on whatever the field is, frozen in time for its fall. So that when he comes out, he's gonna feel the hat immediately drop on his head. He's gonna be like, "The fuck?"
That's the point.
I've been assailed.
Some old dust that used to be paper.
Yeah, when we come out, it's just like, why is there all this dust on my head?
Suddenly, we're in the future. You're now in Starfinder, boys.
Yeah.
Don't
All
play
right.
that with me. I love sci-fi.
So, I haven't heard from Hobbs. Hobbs, you going in this hot mess?
Listen, I live for hot messes.
All right. So I'd say thematically, it's probably everyone going to step forward. I guess probably putting Char a bit forward so he doesn't freak out and not go in.
Mm-hmm.
But sure enough, sequentially, as each of you steps forward in whatever order, not that we need an order, but just you'd see whichever one of you is after the others would see as all the others just suddenly freeze and in different step, until finally, as soon as you do, I do still need a will save. It's not a conscious one. This is actually a rare one that you don't feel, but it basically just determines who comes out of it in what order. Also tells you a little bit of narrative of what probably happened to the dwarf.
Dwarf with a bed will save? No.
Or he rolled a natural one. It happens.
Yep.
There's no success or failure. It's
That's
literally
very
just
rare.
according to your order.
I got very close to natural one.
For thematic, we'll just have your leadership ones follow you, just so I don't have to roll a bunch of them and figure it all out, because it's not really that big of a deal. But for one minor thing, Sarik. Wow, that's actually really lucky for one particular thing. Sarik, give me a perception.
I do be perceiving.
It's something that seems to be vanishing right from sight. That was like almost. I'll tell you right now that it seemed to. Oh, actually, with the 24, I'm going to send you an image, as you actually get a clear view of what seems to be. At first, it seems like someone absolutely solid, like you're like that's a person, but as you look at they seem to immediately vanish, or maybe it's like whatever effect it is once you find out that it occurred. But you see what seems to be an. We'll just simply say this is what you see, but it seems to turn ghostly first and then vanish in a rapid order. Which we are going to.
Oh.
It seems to be looking at you for a second. To you, you just peered around, saw it standing behind it, and then just turned it it seems like to either turned invisible or vanished. The way it did it progressively, give me knowledge religion. You were like the perfect person to see it because you were the only person who had a chance to see that, because you would have had to have won because it was vanishing.
Damn it, I rolled low. 13.
I mean, that is enough to detect that there's some level of that's some sort of undead. For what it is, though, it's beyond most low-level ones, so it's that's... I mean, could be potentially the keeper that it mentioned.
All right. So now we're in this time zone
Yeah.
that I'm in now?
As you come out of it, each of you would come out in turn to that. That was literally... I was just seeing if anyone would notice that, seems like you're being watched. But, in any case, as you come out of the time thing, you're not certain how much time has passed other than the door behind you is shut. There's no white hand showing to open it from within. There's no sound of it closing as you all pop free of the time thing. Really, sorry to you, you suddenly see that and then see the others all next to you, kind of they warped from the doorway to walking next to you, and then are all just kind of... You'd see the momentary unfreezing of a couple of them as it's what the hell is that? As to you, it feels like time skipped.
Also, you have a hat now.
And yes, you feel a hat land on your head right as you come. You see her, and then what the fuck? And then as you look back, she's gone.
Piece of paper flies past you, and a caltrop hits you in the back of the head.
Well, the paper's just on the ground. There's a paper that has your name on it.
Gotcha.
You're in a time. It's happily resting on the ground. But it could be possible it held you here for 3 nights, effectively, until the door shut.
Right.
Or 3,000 years.
Yeah. We get back out, they just all think we died.
So we're all unfrozen now, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All can transfer yourself onto the map. I need to get Amajavet's art and
My friends, I don't know what happened. I just wanted to make sure the room was safe.
Berthelaz immediately hugs you.
Yeah, hug her back for sure.
She's like, she's like, I was so worried.
Oh, I think I'm okay. I don't know what happened. I saw a figure, and I describe the figure as what I saw and like what happened.
Describe it as you will, because you saw the image. So do what I do. Describe it from just the image.
I stopped, and then whenever I looked over, there was a figure, a humanoid, appeared to be a woman, some kind of feline creature. I've never seen her like before. She was dressed in gold adornment. She had a small staff in her hand. She watched me, and then she seemed to dissipate. It all happened pretty fast, and then all of you arrived.
So like,
Is it possible for Griark to like try and figure out what Strix's talking about?
I mean, the way the describing of the fading potentially, but otherwise, I'd say a mixture of a local and a religion. You could do both. You don't need one or the other. I'd say local because it's just Sarik in that case. Who's that enough? But oh wait, you said you didn't have it. This one you probably need a rank because these are fairly exotic to this location.
I'll say. This ghost is attractive.
I was literally gonna be like, on a 1 to 10 scale, smash or pass, like
Full
what's the-
smash, probably a solid 8.
Oh, which way?
I mean, currently Dev is standing in where she was standing. She was on the back side of the tablet.
Ah.
Oh.
Also, how far are your dark visions, by the way, or who has the farthest? I should really write that down somewhere, but
That's just standard 60 feet.
I think I also have standard 60.
I believe I have the standard.
Standard.
We're
Yep,
pretty
60.
standard people.
I don't know how much to reveal, although it's not going to be terribly. What? That's not revealed. Stupid. Nice to know that error is just roll 20, not my computer.
Also, Char needs an upgrade.
Make him large.
Oh, same size.
Yeah, we'll have to resave him as large because then he'll default to large.
Does he look like a hellhound now?
I mean, he always kind of looked a little spicy. He's an elemental wolf.
Hell yeah.
I'm making a folder for cohorts, and I'm going to add where the was.
He's large and now he can't fit through the door.
He can squeeze.
He's large long. Technically, he only takes up 2 of those squares, and so actually he can fit through just fine. Because Pathfinder has large, large long, and large tall, determining if they're one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. But however you guys would like to proceed from here, you can... Oh yeah, and the you guys rolled. I apologize. Let me get that. I'm all over the place tonight.
You're fine.
Alright, so for the religion at first, I would say Griark, that could potentially be like them describing one of the animal-headed the acolytes, like maybe even an avatar of one of the Osirians, because that makes you think of Bastet, or sometimes just Bass. But because like she's the feline one, doesn't really fit. You would actually be well aware, and Amajawet would automatically make this roll because for her that's not even a roll. But I'll get back to my Osirian God page. The big thing with it is that Or no, Bastet and Bess are separate ones. Bastet is, I mean, she is the deacon of secrets for the Osiris one, so maybe if there's a secret here, that could explain her presence, if maybe that was her doing that, but the manner in which that she vanished seems to, again, suggest undead. So it seems, it sounds like a spirit. But otherwise, the other thing for the local is the way that he's describing, if he actually saw a physical form, that could also be a catfolk. But in any case, those are the things that stand out, because like you're not going to get a solid answer from any of those. It's just catfolk are very rare in Osirian. Go figure. They all have fur and they don't have anything to stop heat really, unless they're a very specific breed of them, which do not exist around this town. They're very reclusive.
Gotcha.
Bastet, with your role, you know, is cats, pleasure, and secrets, as well as trickery, charm, chaos neutral, but otherwise not a bad god. They're generally seen as chaos neutral on the side of good. They generally were very
Now Hobbs wants this ghost even more.
they're basically like Ra's rogue, effectively, is sometimes would be the best way to describe it. But otherwise, she's also known to be very relaxed until angry, and then she's terrible. But if that's even relevant.
Dietary needs to meet her.
Otherwise, she's said to be the sister of Hathor, Sekhmet, and Mot. And she hates Ahpep.
Would Griark have explained to me what that tablet had said? Because obviously, like, I think they read that after.
Oh, yeah. Explain once we stop talking about the ghost, probably.
Yeah. Perhaps it's our host. I mean, I can't think of any other reason why someone else or something else would be in here.
Ghost host?
Perhaps.
Well, it spoke of a keeper, so. And I'm usually pretty good at knowing whenever I step into a trap, and this didn't seem like that, so it strikes me as we're possibly being watched, and I don't know if stalked is the correct word, but judged? Watched? I don't know. Observed.
There's very strong magic around you. So, probably part of this place, whatever.
Well, yes, but I just... That figure has to be a part of it as well. I can't think of any other reason they'd be here.
Yeah, unless they're just a ghost that got lost or something, but...
True.
I suppose the only thing to do is keep looking.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll find the answer. I mean, yeah, if we're in agreement, I guess I'll start heading down the hallway. I mean, unless there's something else in here that really strikes our fancy, so to speak.
No, nothing else really stands out.
Okay, then yeah, I'm gonna start heading down the hallway.
Yep, there's a small foyer with a number of hieroglyphics. It opens up into a wide and cavernous room after a few feet. A larger-than-life statue of a baboon-headed man carved from sandstone stands in the center of this bare room, his one arm raised, holding a pair of scales aloft from atop a pedestal. An open doorway stands at the opposite end of the room, and a row of red tiles runs across the floor from one end of the room to the other, underneath the statue. 2 rows of green tiles flank the red one on either side.
I didn't want to step in yet because I wasn't sure if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm going to illuminate it because with your dark vision, there's absolutely nothing illuminating it. So you're only going to get out to that range, but you will also get a bit of a sphere of sight moving back from it. So, and then there you can see the wall, and then it's about the same on either side. So we're just going to replicate what we just did. Oop, hello.
So, if our wayward dwarf saw the girl disappear into the hall ahead of him, it'd be right.
She just
here.
vanished. She didn't disappear in any particular direction.
Okay.
She just dissipated.
She literally just faded. She seemed to turn dead first. She seemed to turn kind of ghostly with a bit of a skeletal sort of tone, and then seem to just vanish from sight, and all in a span of like a fourth of a second. So you saw her for a glimpse, and then she just kind of.
No, I see the confusion. I meant the other dwarf.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Hmm.
I thought you were just referring to Shriek as your dwarf.
While accurate, no.
Right. No, just the way that he described the figure of their friend appearing in front of them, like they went through this time ahead of them. I don't know. And that means there could be a significant trap ahead.
It
Yep,
said that he was afraid to enter this room since he said the second room he watched her fall to a trap. And judging from the colored tiles, it's like might have something to do, but you don't know.
Fun, fun, fun.
But it does look like another one of the gods there, not one that you've encountered in any of your other ones yet. So knowledge religion can assist you. Obviously, you can certainly try to utilize, like you also have two people that also, I mean, Rilla was somewhat, since her past isn't quite as ancient, since she's only about 800 years old, but you do know Majawet came from a time where they were prevalent.
Yeah. First thing, am I getting any stone sense off this step right in front of me?
For you, no.
What? Okay. Am I dead?
As soon as you step forward, you'd feel like there's definitely a bit of unease, like that you're feeling about pretty much as soon as like you cross this threshold, like that you're just fairly certain they've done something to pretty much the 3 stone you can feel, and even if you took another step forward, you'd feel that yeah, it seems like that entire threshold feels just unstable.
The entire threshold?
Yeah, like everything after basically where the foyer ends feels unstable. That's the most I can give you because
Oh.
Times like this, I wish I picked up. I did pick up some monster. That could be a tall asshole.
you can see that or actually give me a perception.
Just imagine summoning small creatures like run out there.
Okay, boss.
Summon squirrels to do your bidding.
I did do it with a mite once.
Tariq, you can see one thing as it seems like there's a layer of dust on this floor, and there's also a layer of dust where it's making you uneasy. But the layer of dust where you are is much thicker apart from where you can see a few sets of footsteps. You do see 2 pairs that seem the most prominent.
Where do they end?
They seem to go off over to here, and they don't seem to exist there. Like you don't see any sign of footsteps on that.
Super noted. Okay, I'm going to reach into my pack, take out my climber's kit, and I'm gonna turn to Dev and the party and inform them that I'm not sure about our footing here, and that I think the whole room might be a trap. We might fall.
You wanna secure it to the giant monolith thing?
I want to secure it to the room that I didn't feel this way in.
Actually, what if we rope you off to Char and have him hold down the fort here?
Wouldn't be a bad idea. How heavy is he?
I mean, heavier than you.
Yes,
I
but
don't
heavy.
know about that. He's wearing stone plate. Sarik is very heavy.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe a wall or the statue or.
I mean,
Char can definitely carry more this week, though.
couldn't we all brace Char? Verlois just kind of steps up and like grabs onto his body. Like if we all hold on to him, like then that's more than you.
Right.
Yeah, I'm more worried about continued travel than one trip. Like, I'm not necessarily worried about walking out there. I'm worried about, fighting in here or escaping through here.
Right.
Amajawet's just like, what precisely is the issue?
The floor doesn't feel stable. There's footsteps up there that stop existing 2 tiles up. And our dwarf in his journal had said that he watched someone walk into this room and then simply fall. So
she kind of grows quiet and just kind of looks that way, but probably, I mean, just because Amajawet seems to be a little less forthcoming than Verla was in so much. Not that she's trying to be tricksy, it's just more she seems have a different personality. But she kind of mutters to Hob. She's like, "But this is supposed to be a library. Toth is not cruel. I mean, they're cruel if you're stupid. It's not like they're going to. It's not supposed to be a death trap to kill you all."
Right. So to be respectful, is there a prayer or something that we can offer to them?
It's not about Toth is never about religion. It's always about intelligence and wisdom, doing the thing that's smart. Are there clues? He would instruct you. He would give you the clues you need to succeed. He would always do that. She seems very vehement. Like she seems almost offended that like the idea that he would try to trick you seems almost offensive to her as she gets a little more vehement.
Well, relax. I meant you no harm. I'm just making sure that we're not going to die.
Can we look around a bit?
Yeah, you can see that there are images of Toth and the hieroglyphics around you. You can give me a religion check.
Okay. $21.
25.
Okay. Yeah, you're sure enough to able to recognize that there's Toth, Anubis, and then what seems to be this monkey-headed one up here that seem to be portrayed in different scenes in the hieroglyphs you can see.
Where?
In the foyer, basically north and south. Here. And here.
Which one is the monkey, dear?
Amajuit looks up to you and just the baboon face.
Is this his name?
I mean, is that what it looks like?
Yeah, it looks like a baboon. That's how it was described.
Okay, yes, that one.
That's On. On is... She actually kind of pauses and actually says, she's like, is Anubis depicted? His role changes depending on... He's a servant of the greater gods. And what he does changes based on who he's with.
Yes, Anubis and Toth are with him.
That's describing the court. When you die, what we believed is that you wouldn't go to see the grave lady. She just simply minded the river. You would go here, and then they would weigh your soul against a feather. They worked together, and Toth was the scribe, Anubis was the judge, and then On held the scale.
Ah,
Your life must live in balance. Your sins must equal the weight of a feather. If your life wasn't in balance, you would fall into the underworld instead of proceeding on the river.
On is in the middle of the room, right?
Right, because On is balance. He should be in the middle. If he's anywhere else, then I would follow him over anywhere else.
So maybe we just have to even out whatever weight is on these tiles. He's here to keep balance.
Generally, things... She kind of pauses like... That'll be a religion, since that's not an automatic for her. She can automatically identify them, but she's not going to know the tricks. Okay. Yeah, which Amajuit would offer the one... I'd say thematically. She's probably eager to see it now, since like at this point she's been in the back and no one called her forward until this point. But as she kind of moves forward and looks and kind of offers the one that you see, there is a bit with it that simply a life is better if it's been lived versus not, both with good things and if you've made mistakes or sins. But you could, I mean, a life empty in balance is still superior to one out of balance. You can take that as it is for potential solutions, but finding out the nature of the trap may be beneficial as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind knowing as much as we know before we do anything.
Upon looking at it, she certainly can see that while the middle does seem to represent balance, it does seem that while alternating, the hieroglyphs on the floor that you kind of see here, but on color, seem to alternate sin, good, sin, good, and then good, sin, good, sin.
So, a life balanced. So then, for every good, someone needs to be on a sin.
I would say disable device, while it wouldn't wouldn't be able to disable the device entirely, could tell you how it works in that degree if you're under that assumption. I would say if someone wants to give me disable device.
Sure.
I can attempt it.
I am
If-
not trained and very bad at disable device.
I will
You want me to-
attempt.
You want me to try and assist you, or you want me to do a separate one?
You can help me out. See if we can figure out how this works.
Can more than one person help, right?
Yeah.
Right. I'll also try to help. Probably won't be very good, but
I will
nope.
I did not help.
Nope. Excellent. Roll
Yeah, unfortunately, no one actually managed to help, and actually, one person managed to make it worse. You guys, you're free to make whatever.
We're the
assumption you like.
best.
Yeah.
That was awesome. All right.
Everything is awesome.
Amazing.
Life of balance. Do I I mean, I know Stone Sense kind of lets you get like a feel for like. It sounds weird to say it like this, but like we've used it in previous rooms like this. It kind of gives you like a feel for like depth.
Correct. If I had depth to give you, I'd be giving it to you. I told you the most I could on it.
Here's what we need. We need 7 very big bags of sand.
We need Theodore to come in here.
Oh man, it's been like days. Theodore's been out there with no food.
Yeah.
Amajuet is just looking at you as far as the it's like, I mean, that summon plan sounds better at this point if you're uncertain.
Sorry, did you say the summon plan?
I could summon a little monster thingy.
Oh, and send him out there to see. Oh,
It's slightly cruel.
I also have a summon.
how about we all take one step back real quick so I can get out of the room
Wait,
before
don't we
send
have
any scamps in there?
don't we technically have 3 different summons that we can try? Mine, your rock thing.
I don't have that
No.
anymore.
No. The rock thing is now Verlois.
Yeah.
Oh. Fuck. Never mind. Alright, so we have 2.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna throw your elemental away.
Dude, come back, hopefully. Listen, the hope is that nothing bad happens to it.
That's not a hope.
Oh.
It's like the movie We're Back. Just wish for no bad to happen.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we'll just
Yeah,
learn
yeah,
that we're the
combat-
smartest ever.
Sarik, so apart from like if you're saying you move somewhere, you can just move somewhere. You guys aren't going to be tripping over each other unless the trap goes off. So you can just move somewhere. You don't got to wait for them to move.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to move back into this hallway and like out of the actual room.
If you're in a square with somebody when a trap goes off, you both do take penalties and there's a risk of being knocked to the floor. But other than that, you can always move through allies unless they're actively going to stop you. Like if they decided no, you got to stay in there. Well, then yeah, then you got to push past.
No, I think I'm gonna walk all the way in here.
So what should I tell it to do? Just run around randomly, or go in a straight line, or?
Do you care about this little creature, or like where did you get this thing?
I mean, it's just I just summon it. I've always been kind of fuzzy on how the summons work. You know, do they come from a different plane? Are they just arcane constructs? I don't know.
Verlois looks at you and just, it depends on where your affinities are. It generally bases off your subconscious. They don't actually die unless they're bound here, but the pain they feel is very real. She says with a not bitterness, but
So mean.
if they're bound here, then they do truly die. But if you're bound to a more light, airy soul, then they usually pull from Elysium, potentially even Selenia, the Fey realm. If you're more evil, then they tend from the Abyss, or they can even come from Pandemonium. Very rarely from the Archons or the. It's hard to get a lawful one, unless you have an agreement to do so. They have no reason to come here, but.
See, if I was as uncouth tonight, then it'd be okay to let them get in pain.
If you believed in the body flayer, then it would actually be encouraged.
They're into that shit. I guess I'll just. I don't really want to have anything in pain, but we're not getting anywhere with this trap, and it's like literally the second fucking room. So
Something that doesn't feel pain? I don't know.
all I can summon at this level are animals.
I mean,
If I could summon a skeleton, I would do it, and then Verlaz would be like, me.
hey,
She
No
nods.
offense.
Cursive, are there like loose rocks in this room?
No, actually, it's very very clean, apart from the detritus in this first room. I mean, there's little not mummified, what was it, petrified poos. I suppose that works.
Not quite what I'm needing. I
It
mean,
seems to be well kept, well clean, apart from those poos. He's like, that's the only thing that wasn't cleaned up, and then I mean, not for nothing, that keeper might keep certain things clean, but also didn't touch that.
honestly, what if we take a couple pieces of like gear, tie it to a rope, and throw it out tile by tile?
Okay.
I mean, we're already talking about sending something out there to go get hurt or potentially die. Like, it's going to be the exact same effect. You throw it out there because it's
Well-
heavy, and then see where it triggers.
I mean, here's the thing. We know it triggered off a person, and that apparently the trap reset. And if it's something to do with like sin, good, sin, a sword does not have sin or good.
Or it's just a weighted plate.
If it's a way to play, I feel like you would have just seen it.
Hmm. Well, so this one was supposed to be sin, good, sin, right?
Yeah.
And then this one was the reverse.
Middle just doesn't show anything. It doesn't have any letters, so it just seems to be the way that Amaja defined it was that's the balance. But she also said the one warning thing that it's generally seen that a life with basically good and evil on both sides is superior to an empty life.
I keep forgetting to have this thing. Grisha, pull out this 3-foot long pole, press a button on the end, becomes a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, useful that.
Just tosses it to Sarik. There you go. There's your poker. Go find your weighted plate.
I wasn't trying to start anything about it. It's just,
No, but that's literally what it's for. It's for finding weighted plates.
Yeah, you can push a trap, and if it doesn't go off, then it doesn't go off on you. It goes off on the end of it.
right. Dev, do you mind if I stand there for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, if you lunged from
Yeah,
Dev's
I'm
position,
gonna-
you could reach it.
I'm going to step here and I'm going to lunge and tap this first plate.
An interesting thing to ask for it, I suppose. But you know what? Actually, because what you're doing, I'm not going to ask for acrobatics. I'm going to ask for a straight dex roll.
Something I'm very bad at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that stone plate makes you really bad at it.
Holy shit, dude! That's a great roll for a
Oh,
straight.
this is, yeah, this.
This would be getting. What is the penalty from your armor check penalty?
Let me check. It's going to be high.
Because it is going to be high, and that would directly apply to this. Because this is basically an acrobatics roll. It's just I'm just actually penalizing it because acrobatics is also about you moving your body, and this is just your arms. So I don't see that being relevant.
It's a -6 on the armor check penalty.
Yep.
Okay, so that's actually a 9. So okay, then you actually will see it because otherwise that actually. The funny thing is that would have been worse if it was good in that case because you just feel like, okay, I feel something. Which in any case you immediately feel that. You feel that unstableness almost immediately as you apply pressure to it. And as you put more of your body weight into it, it takes a fair bit as you realize that it's probably waiting for a fair bit as well. And as it does, the entire thing suddenly lurches as it seems to be about 25, 35, like this giant half circle, as if the entire thing's on a sort of wobble, as it's on a horizontal thing, and the entire thing suddenly lurches, and you immediately lose control of it as it just lurches and almost goes 80 degrees, as then it rocks back and forth for a while, as it seems like the entire floor goes, and there's pits to the left and the right.
Oh. Here's your stick.
Perfectly balanced.
Just
as all
collapse
things
it
should
back.
be.
Looking at
I
that,
feel like
check with the disable device check prior that Dev made. that you realize that what she said works mechanically well. You could go right down the middle and try to balance, but anyone misstepping would be a problem, and therefore having people on the wings would give you more balance because having all three weighted would be safer than having only one. But at the
Can
same time,
adjust.
going down the middle is going to be far easier. But that thing is like a skateboard. It's basically wobbling back and forth.
I
I
see.
feel like I heard a story about something like this before.
It's funny that you guys just dealt with a trap like this because this one's in this one too. But it's literally they face almost the same trap, but more devious. They faced a version of this that was meant to make you fail. This one's meant to make you succeed.
So we just have to keep balance and essentially move at the same pace.
Pretty much, yes. You'd have to basically move across at the same pace, as well as accounting for that statue's in the way. Whoever's going across red is going to have to account for the statue.
We also somehow have to account for the big boy, big
Yep,
chungus
I was
here.
that's literally what I was about to point out too. Is also keep in mind 2 people are going to have to take up Char because he takes up 2 squares. So basically, 2 people balance him out, and then you guys are going to balance, and then figure out who goes in the middle.
We got 7 people, so this is gonna be like the boat thing.
How tall is Char?
If he's large, long, like most wolves are, they don't actually get taller. They get a little bit taller, so he's like 8 feet tall, but they don't get 10 feet tall, which is the break point for large. But he's 10 feet long.
He's like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
He's
So,
a big dire wolf.
Okay, so like
Also, I'm small, so that's the thing.
You probably like it wouldn't take much engineering or disable device to realize yes, you should probably match 2 to 1 in terms of smaller size to the larger size,
okay.
or utilize magic to shrink or grow. And now, given that's just to get the easiest DCs, because like even just going straight down the middle is going to be a DC. That's obviously far too wobbly. Like Sarik, there's magic afoot. There's no way that's that wobbly for its size. But I mean, it also looks perfectly made. Like you'd actually be a little impressed watching it wobble because it's like some amazing smiths made or stonesmiths made that.
Hmm.
I have an idea.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so Dev rides on Char because Sarik's already pretty heavy, and if I use enlarge person on him, he's going to become like heavier than a normal person for that size. Oh, wait, no, you just become medium, weren't you? Because you're
I'm
small.
already medium.
You're already medium? Okay, so you become a heavier large person, so small person on unarmored Char might like balance that. And then me and Griork on one side, and then Verloise and Majoet on another side, and that's roughly balanced.
What about Hobbs?
I said me and Hobbs on one side.
Oh, my bad.
Suppose we can try that.
I mean, it's a suggestion. It's an idea. I don't know if it's actually going to balance out weight-wise, but
It's that, or we just stay here until we starve to death.
alternatively, if we have enough rope, we could try and like, I don't know, like swing and then it's too far. I was gonna say we try and grapple a rope around the statue and then like tie it off on the thing behind us to create like a stabilizing deal.
Oh, I see what you mean. Almost like a security rope or something.
Yeah, in case it starts like swinging.
Well, the issue is I think the Cursa. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because we just saw this. The way that you described it, the whole floor, like a circle is cut out of it. And the whole thing will just flip all the way over. So it's just
It looks like it'll go down to like 80, 90 degrees. Yeah, it's basically like
Yeah.
imagine it's like a half circle that basically is wobbling, but a little bit more like a half oval given its size, because it wouldn't make a perfect sphere here. It's more flat.
Oh, so it won't. Well, we didn't see that it spun all the way around.
No, it didn't seem to do a 360. It seemed to just go to kind of tilt. Like 80-degree angle, you're not going to really climb that very easily, but
Something we might be able to do then is the teams on the wings could actually set out pythons as they cross, and we could actually tie to each other. So this way, if it starts to tilt, people who are at the top can actually hold on to the rope and hold on to the safety of like the pythons, and hopefully pull the people up so that they don't fall into the breach.
I gotcha.
That's a pretty bad scenario, but it would account for some kind of safety of not falling into the pit at least. You'd still be on a vertical plane. It wouldn't be a good time, but
I don't think Char's going to be holding on to any pythons.
Yeah.
Grilawaz does look around like, I mean, I don't know if it helps in any of these scenarios, but I can certainly fly, and I could probably still fly across.
That's
Oh, wait.
very true.
I need to check my book really quickly. Just like pulled out a spell book.
She actually pauses for a second and actually just tests, and she does test something, and you see her wink out of existence for a split second, but then it appears back where she is. She's like, okay, I can't teleport. I can't teleport out, nor can I teleport even... She just points like 10 feet away. So it is blocking that.
Okay, no, I can only cast fly on one person at a time. So that's not an option.
Well, you have enlarged person, right?
Yeah.
Cursive, I have a question about some trickery.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the logistics of making Verloise big and then just carrying us across this trap?
Let me check her strength. That would be based on her baseline strength.
Probably not carrying Char though.
You guys keep describing Char as like some obscenely heavy thing when like
Legs are heavy.
they are, but like stone plate is literally like an obscene
75
amount of
pounds.
weight.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there's no way. I'm the heaviest thing in this room. Like, there's no way Char is heavier than me.
I don't know.
Because you have my body weight, then 75 pounds of armor, and then another, what, 80 pounds of inventory?
Let's see. A adult direwolf weighs roughly 800 pounds.
Yeah,
Oh,
Char almost certainly weighs more than Sarik.
You're basing up the dire wolf. That's extra bones. A normal wolf, you look at it, weighs 90.
180.
Yeah.
An adult wolf weighs 180 pounds.
Okay, but the bestiary marks him at 100 is 90 to 120. So, so then times 4 for being larger size goes to 400, which is reasonable.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're just concerned about the weight itself.
I'm not mad about that one. It's just the... And no, she is far too weak. She is a strength 10. Even if she were to be enlarged, that'd be a 14. She'd have a hard time picking up just any one of you.
Fair.
She is very much dex and other stat based. Actually, most of her stats are actually fairly low. Most of her stuff comes from other things.
Uh-huh.
She's still stronger than a bird.
Fair.
Stronger than a bird.
Actually, correction, she can't fly. She relies on the teleport. Special hand, ghostly disguise. Unless ghostly disguise gives a levitate.
Oh.
I think ghostly disguise just makes her look undead.
You know what I wish that we would have bought? Is that goblet. Or that tankard.
I thought you did buy that tankard.
Who buy that tankard?
I thought we all bought our respective items.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah, because I grabbed the force ring. I'm pretty sure everybody grabbed the respective. I mean, that's up to you if you wrote it down or not. I just thought you had.
Didn't write it down. I don't recall if I bought that or not, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to go back and check at this point.
Yeah, it's the weird thing. The ship sailed. Well, then, yeah. We're going to have to evenly distribute weight. Hope for the best.
Because I definitely remember you making the whole scene, an argument about your clan and whatnot, but yeah. That's just you trying to get a good price on it.
Oh, yeah.
A Moduet, kind of going forward a bit. You said you had pythons, right? Kind of looking back at you, Sarik.
Yeah.
How about a thought? Do you still have that stick?
Yeah, I got it. Hand over.
Yeah, you
Just
willing
going-
to... She looks back to Probably. Wait, where did Dev go? I don't see Dev's token.
I'm on
oh, there.
Char.
You're on Char. She probably looks back and just see Dev.
Yeah,
Are you willing to risk a single paw of Char?
I suppose he can help.
She looks at Sarik and just kind of bends down. She's like, we take the pythons. We have Char pushed down on that side. Hold it down so it doesn't wobble, so it just stays. And then
You
we
mean the
python
white
this
one?
side. Yeah, we python this side and then walk on this side. Toth
Yeah.
won't fault us for being crafty. We don't have to do it his way, we just have to prove that we can beat it. She stands back up and we basically wedge this with as many pythons as we have because they're going to fall. That much stone, they're going to snap, they're going to bend, they're going to be pulled out. But then we just cross as quick as possible. Assuming we can even dent the stone. If it's enchanted, then we might not be able to, but she just kind of shrugs and just kind of... We just would need the wolf to press down on the other side, and then we wedge in pythons on this side. I.e., she's basically saying do a disable device, you just have to trigger the trap.
Yeah, you can try it.
Basically, if Char slipped, then he would slip onto, potentially, stumble onto the thing, and then there's a risk, but he'd have to pretty much critically fail to do that because he'd be stable on 3 feet. It'd pretty much be he'd have to somehow stumble forward and face plant onto the thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we've determined the foyer is solid, right?
Yes, the foyer seems just fine. When you saw it wobble, it seems to be right where the foyer ends. It seems to be a perfect plane there.
Okay.
You can have 3 people potentially aid with this one because you need 1 person in every square that's not being occupied, and then all of them could hammer in a python, and then 1 person would be directing the disable device. So whoever your best disable is, I would recommend you do it.
Not me.
Amajawit can assist. She does have it. She's not terribly good at it, though.
I am not very good at either, but I have it.
Yes, I think I'm still the best at it.
So she'll assist.
And judging by your roll.
Verlawaz will come back here to give a guidance, though, to whoever's doing it, because she could do it to all 3 before it fades, so...
I'll assist.
Okay, then you're stepping up to the edge, too. So, then I just need the 2 from you guys. She can fail on a 1, because she adds 8. Oh, so she aids Dev. Do you have ranks in it, Griark?
I only have 1 rank.
So you add 1. She's not a PC, so that's not. So then that's still better than hers because she'll add 2 afterwards, no matter what. So then that's going to be a 3. And then with the guidance, 1, 2, 3 more. Well, that's not going to matter. It's only going to matter the 1 on Dev, really. So. And then I need what would be I guess a reflex save would be the most logical one from Char, just because he needs to basically press his hand out without slipping onto it or pushing it too far. Or press his palm. It's not a critical failure, but it's probably a bit of a wobbly. It's not a hard one. I was just basically critical failure was really the only chance because that's all I could really see him stumbling. It's like he's not. That's a pretty bad failure.
Yeah.
Okay. It does manage to hold it to a degree, but it certainly doesn't look permanent. It looks like you'll, especially for the heavier folks, you'll probably want to move quick.
Let's go.
I will actually activate my... what is this thing called that I keep forgetting I have? Bracers of Armor. 3 times a day I can add 10 to my movement. So, doing that.
Yeah.
Just preemptively.
I'm going with Char. Char can speed me across.
Okay.
Yeah, so if everyone's going across, I assume everyone's just going there at that point? All
I'm
going
not
to the
just-
side that's anchored?
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you don't want to go on the other side, because at that point then it's going to rock that way. You basically want to walk on the side that's weighted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, don't need to really know too much on orders. If there is a break in it, I'm basically going to roll an attack roll on all 3 sets of pythons, basically. That are basically in there. I'm assuming you guys probably put a couple more in there, more than just 1 each, because 1 each is basically to lock it in place. And at that point, you should, because I figure if it's constantly wobbling, you're not going to be able to put a python in. But once you get 1 in, you anchored it, then you could probably add a couple more. But in any case, once you start crossing, so we're going to do 3 sets of d20, and this is a break DC against the pythons. If they start breaking, it might break before you go, and you might have to do it again from the other side. Oh, that could have rolled lower. All right. All right, go ahead and give me a reflex save, everybody, as it does seem like you literally hear some of the pythons either snap, the sound of snapping metal, and a couple even being launched out of it as you feel the floor start to sink.
Not good for me.
I'm basically determining who went last is with the reflex one. So then I'll tell you right now, this isn't the one that makes you fall before anyone burns any hero points. This is the one I'm determining who went where, rather than make you guys make an order for it.
Hobbs is a reflexive, flexible boy.
If you all rolled above the DC, I was just gonna say you all got past it before it started falling. It's just, but in this case, for the 2 leadership.
Fucking highly jumped over you guys.
Yeah, so Goblin, Igni, excuse me. God damn it. As well as the 2 leadership cohorts managed to get to the other side. You do see, as soon as you cross a little bit more forward, you would see that added some.
God, the room's dissolving.
And there's a little hallway over here. Go ahead and give me another one now. This one is actually for all the marbles, as you guys feel it and it lurches, as 2/3 of them are this is the same round.
Oh, God damn it. I really wish you were streaming right now.
Goodbye, my natural 20.
I mean, you can go in my chat and spend points if you have the points to do it. Oh my!
Correct season 2.
Goodbye, my friends.
For the people who I said didn't make it across, I said that.
Oh, my bad.
I
Sorry.
said,
Oh,
I mean, that's lucky for you two, but less so for Griark.
Bye, Greg.
I can't spend points on myself.
I don't think I have enough points. To
I
get-
certainly do. Hold on. What's this? A crazy ripping time. That's crazy. Wow, no.
So if I'm writing char, do I need to do a separate one or?
It'd be just Char, because otherwise you're both going.
Okay.
Still treated as semi-anchored, but at this point, so yeah, Char, is gonna pull across to the other side as they dive over. And so it's really just Griark. So this is probably just Griark. You're at the end of it as it's going down, and you actually so. Goblin, I'll trust you to the word because I don't have my chat open to give me the alert.
I appreciate the trust. I'm sending you a screenshot regardless.
Oh, Gervia. Yes, this is
Then-
Pathfinder.
Well, it's not a 1, but it's almost as bad.
So be it. All right, so because I also don't want to see people die to a natural 1 on one of these things, which yeah, that's pretty bad.
My music is way too pleasant for what's happening.
Yeah.
Do I have any time to cast anything? Or
I mean, immediate action, but this is literally in response as you hear the
Fair
last bolt going.
You're a medium-sized creature, aren't you?
yeah. Only immediate action spell I have is Grasp.
Wait. How far away is he from me?
I mean, if you're see, the problem is it needs to be clear for like this is the turn that Char came in here. Either we didn't make room for Char to get over, like because I feel like we would have cleared the area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People would have to keep moving.
Unless we're denying, and then Char would be a guaranteed failure. Like literally, they have to fall. So it's like we wouldn't be in line of sight. It's literally us turning around and it's a where the fuck's Griark?
Damn it. Okay.
Because unfortunately, that's a bit of a bottleneck. But here, let me open it a bit further since you guys will be here. But yeah, Griark, you slip and fall as you see the pit, and you see that there are even bodies down there on the spikes. As yeah, you're gonna fall. Immediate action fall. You see, it's not a terribly long fall, but you can feather fall if you want to avoid the fall damage. But the spikes still get their attack roll.
If I had feather fall.
That's
Okay.
the spell I had.
Oh, no.
I was gonna cast.
I figured that's what it was. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
so we're gonna roll a d4 for how many spikes get an attack roll.
Okay.
That's one.
Okay.
So it's going to be 3d6 falling damage, which you can roll in acrobatics to try to negate. Although, oh wait, no, but if a spike hits you and grapples you, you don't get it. Because then it's basically pushing you down on the spike. So let's do the spike first. So this is with a plus 16. So 24.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be my AC.
Double check for me.
20.
Yeah, alright. So d6 plus 6. So for 10 points of piercing damage. And then if you get impaled, it doesn't do more damage, it just basically guarantees that the falling damage is unmitigatable. Which, what is your CMD?
My CMD is 18.
18? Okay, so yeah, it does actually pierce into you, so the falling damage, the inertia from the fall does cause 3d6 more damage, basically.
Hmm.
That could have been worse. That could have been a lot worse with four spikes, but unfortunately, thematically, you do fall 30 feet, and as you see that there is definitely another body down here, as there seems to be, and you see that it's an entire hollow under here. You can even see to where the other side is, and you'd see another body up there as well. Both of them impaled on spikes, as you have your own there, and it just kind of pierces, and you're like, but yeah, that plan, I mean, not every plan my NPCs give is going to be the solution. It's just a plan.
Okay.
But luckily, there's no further
The
damage.
spike was made for me.
But you can pull yourself off the spike slowly if you want. It will take some effort, or you can wait for help. It's still wobbling, so they can probably still hear you. But once it seals, it's probably going to be. There's a worry of if the floor seals. It's like, no, that is a limited amount of air, and also sound will probably not with the thickness of that stone. While the others, I imagine you guys probably do a head count and realize, yeah, Griark did not, is not behind you, Dev.
Yeah. Hold on.
I feel
hold
like
on.
I don't.
No, I'm telling the others.
I feel like I don't want to be impaled on a spike. At the same time, I don't really have anything to heal myself with.
Right, and pulling yourself off is going to cause damage. It'll still cause damage over time, but where it is now, it's like basically pulling off is going to hurt. And if you know the others will come, it's like you could probably get their help in pulling off.
Shoot. I'd have to utilize char again to basically push it to the side.
Yeah, if you utilize char to push it down, it'll be, I would say it's a slight penalty to anyone tossing a rope and trying to help her climb out. But at this stage, at least you're at the other side. Or you might want someone to climb down and get her off once you realize she's impaled. But so I imagine char helps you push it down and stop it from wobbling. Which, go ahead and give me another reflex, just make sure that there's not more problems.
Mm-hmm.
Just from char.
They want me down here. I think these corpses got cool shit.
While you're down there, you can see that certainly the other one didn't seem to rot very much, actually, as you would see. I mean, it rotted. It's certainly not pristine, but you do see that there is, looks like an elven corpse, as it seems to be only partially, as it's, I mean, it basically, the air down here isn't as cycled as the rest, but shows that it basically seals itself here. Give me a perception. We'll see how much you see.
I fell in the pit. I might as well see if there's cool shit, right?
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, you can see there's a messy trail of blood that her hands are clutching the spike as it looks like she tried to pull herself off of it. Looks like the armor is broken, but looks to be masterwork and well preserved. Looks like you can see what looks like a rolled up kit of some sort of tools, thieves, or maybe a craft tool. Otherwise, it looks like her head has a pair of goggles that were not on her eyes, just kind of above her eyes. The other corpse on the far side, you can't really tell, but you see a glint of gold around its neck. Yeah, that's about it.
I'm definitely gonna try and mage hand the gold.
I'll allow that. Give me a concentration. You're currently impaled, which is like crap.
You know, that is fair.
On a spike.
I
in a
can't do
pit.
anything else until people rescue me, so I might as well.
You need you guys to move into relevant positions at this point. So put Char in these 2 squares, please, wherever. And then if you're working to toss down a rope, you can be in his first square near the edge. Anyone else who's in this pit here, or in this line here, I do need you down there. Also, so I can illuminate the room ahead. But
It's like technically I cast fly myself to get out, but like that I was pulling myself off the spike. At which point I'm just gonna start hemorrhaging probably.
right, and basically if you don't pull, it gets a CMD check, and if you fail it, you take the spear damage again, unless someone else is helping you. At which point then this check is much lower. So it's very much worthwhile having somebody like help you off, because otherwise you can easily get stabbed again.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
good to have your friends help you off.
I'm assuming the spikes are metal.
Yes,
Okay.
I'll just cast heat metal.
heat metal. That'll solve everything. No.
No.
Right.
Cauterizing the wound.
I'm trying to think of if I could summon one of my elemental friends. I was thinking either air to blow you off or earth to break the spike behind you, so you'd still have a piece of spike in you that we could remove when we're about to heal you. But
So, you do manage to cast the Mage Hand as Char is pushing down the thing, as you see the wobbling stop, and then Char is carefully pushing it. And Dev, you can see that, yeah, she almost made it. You can see her down there, as she's just kind of, and you see the horribleness as you realize what you're seeing is the spike coming out of her backside a bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a perception, Dev. Otherwise, yeah. Griark, you manage to concentrate as you pull off the golden sparkly off the one in the far north, and then it flies across the little. It's a little hard with that thing pushed down, but not because you lost sight of it. But since you saw it, you kind of grab it and pull it over as that's occurring. Yeah, as it pulls in the hand, you see it is an amazing holy symbol of Toth. Like, this thing looks exquisite. It's probably worth hundreds of gold.
That didn't help him any.
It seems to have a little bit of like oddity about it, but you definitely have to enchant or like examine it later. But this
Shove it
thing's
in my pocket.
yeah, just yoink. Dev, you see something rather even more horrifying. You are able to spot that there, from where you can see, and you hear chittering coming from more of it as you see what looks like a swarm of scarabs is moving, not terribly fast, but fast enough that it's going to get there very quickly. Is moving from over here on the ground level towards her spike. As you see the elven corpse in the bottom right corner over here, that it's very clear that it's like that's why it's like the bodies are ruined but well preserved. It's like, yeah, they ate all the flesh. It's just
Garrick has no idea. Just trying to
There's scarabs. We need to go.
but you can hear that there are more down there. There's probably more swarms. So
Yeah, I'm gonna toss my rope down. So Greer can get it fixed, and then I'll
basically you have a turn before the swarm gets to you. It basically has come out. Upon being called out, Grieric, you can see very clearly there are 3 swarms coming for you from down here. There's basically one from each wall, but 2 of them will reach you in the next turn. The other one will take another turn to get to you because they don't move terribly fast. But yeah, they're flying and walking all over this way, as they're very aware that food has come down here.
I guess I'm gonna try and quickly like tie the rope around my waist because like it's not gonna help me climb if I can't pull myself off. So they're gonna have to pull me off the spike.
Yeah, I will.
You can spend your turn doing that because it would take 2 actions to basically pull yourself and then basically ready to be pulled off. That it's not going to like tear into you. So I would treat that as 2 at that point.
Could I swap places with this person here?
You can swap with whoever you want. This is like a pseudo round because swarms are very simple. They just deal their damage at the start of your turn if they're on your square. So at this stage, I don't need full combat rounds. I just need to know what you guys are doing. You all have 1 round of actions, and you heard swarms are coming.
I need to take this spot so that I can.
Go back up. That's Amajawet. She doesn't have much for this.
Yeah, I need that spot. I'm actually going to activate. Sorry, I'm looking for it. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna activate defensive stance to give me the stab bonuses. I'm gonna grab the rope, and I'm gonna be prepped to help pull Griark up.
Actually, no, tying a rope around yourself and picking it up can be the same action, which does leave you an action if you want to grab one thing off the Elven Corpse, Griark.
I'm taking those goggles.
The goggles, okay. Yeah, you snatch them off her head.
All right. Well, then I'm going to start pulling.
I will assist.
Yeah, Char's there, so that's you. All three of you can give me a strength roll. This is probably going to hurt Griark. There's pretty much no guarantee that they're doing it. I mean, there's no chance unless they. I will say we'll do a flat d20 roll. That there's a chance that they pull you perfectly off, but very unlikely.
I would like to hear it like this.
Oh, Char.
So you're definitely getting pulled up, but so at that point I don't even really need Sariks, but because the natural 20 means you guys are. Oh no, we already got Sariks. We're perfect. Okay, great. So then the flat d20 to see if the thing damages you again, which it's going to. So another d6 plus 6, or was it a d8 plus 6? What I roll?
I think you rolled a d6.
I did. I see it there. D6. So for another 8 damage as it rips out, and then you are now bleeding. So you do have bleed rolling around. You're going to want to get healing ASAP, but you are pulled up to the edge now.
Just trying to scramble up.
You just
Hey,
had to
guys,
get more loot, huh?
I got loot.
That's good. Are we still in rounds?
Pseudo rounds to a degree, but that's one round, so she hasn't bled yet. So
I
sort
have
of-
I have a healer's kit and I have surgeon's tools.
I
yeah,
have
you can do deadly wounds.
I have a cure light if that would help stop the bleeding. I don't know how long it takes you to heal.
Do both. I mean, the cure would stop the bleeding immediately, and the treat deadly wounds will probably help because you'll probably need both. She took a fair bit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'd say Hobbs, you're just seeing as it's like, yeah, she has a sizable new hole in her flank. That was not pleasant.
Well, there you go. 7 healing for the first part.
If you want to roll.
Hey, the almost undoes the tear off.
Okay, am I like hazy on how healer's kits work?
If you look on the heal skill, it should be there's a treat deadly wounds. It's on the skill page, so you just need the heal skill, and then it requires a healer's kit in order to do it because it eats a charge.
Okay.
DC 20.
Okay, so treating this is a deadly wound, right?
Yes.
It takes 1 hour of work. Surgeon's tools does
Oh.
bonus.
There's a different one that should only take a minute because it's basically the one that does a
Like
d6
first aid or something.
There's treat wounds from caltrops, spike growth, or spike stones.
I could have sworn there was one to do a quick little bit of healing, but I could be wrong.
First aid.
Let me load it up.
We also have a potion of
Yeah, I have more heals. It's
Yeah, you could just use magic in that case, unless you want to sit here. Otherwise, let me illuminate forward now that the immediate threat. I was worried about those bugs getting to her. Did you guys,
Yeah.
especially when you rolled the perception, and I was like, "Well, you see the immediate things, but the problem is scarab swarms have a good stealth." So they're just like,
we have a wand of cure moderate, and we also still have a potion, several potions to cure moderate. I think we have one of cure heavy.
let's see.
I tell you what, I'm glad I did not bring my daughter here.
Fair.
Yeah.
I'm sure she'd love it, but also, nah.
I'm going to start off with just cast cure moderate for 14,
That'll help immensely.
and probably, if you don't mind, use a charge from the wand.
Sure.
Why is this being like this?
Okay, subtracted. What do I roll for that, or do I?
Yeah, it should be 2d8 plus 3, I think.
correct. So just -4 from that then, since it's 2d8 looks like it's already rolled. Or wait, there.
That was
your-
mine.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, 2d8 plus 3.
So 12.
That'll top me off. There's probably still some sort of visible wound.
Yeah, you have to do a heal check in addition to the magic to have no scars.
I got you.
Dev like points to her shield. You need one of these.
I mean, I'll just
You need a heal check, Cursive?
Yes, just a straight heal check. Basically, while you're doing it, allows you to make sure that there's no scar. Otherwise, there will be a sizable one for that one.
Dirty
Yeah,
20.
you're fine. That's basically you making sure the flesh mends perfectly.
Cool.
I mean, she'll just raise a finger with a ring on, like summon a force shield.
Oh no! See this one's a scarab shield. It stops swarms.
Oh, I mean, I can take it if you want. Actually, no, this one's much better for me than that one would be.
You guys do see
So
as there
doesn't weigh
seems to be
anything.
like a couple scarabs that did actually make their way up here, but they don't, without the swarm with them, they don't seem terribly threatening. They just kind of scuttle around the hallway.
If I
Right.
can when we keep walking.
Yeah, let's just get out of this room.
I mean, even as they crawl near you, they don't even seem to take, like, they look at you, but scarabs aren't really that vicious by themselves.
Yeah. Fancy dung beetles.
They're supposed to actually be good luck to see a single one, but it's bad luck to see more than one.
I think I'm like offhandedly like just giving Kriark a dad talk while I'm walking down the hallway.
I got some goggles. And I got this holy symbol of Toth.
That's pretty cool.
You can just put on the goggles. You have no idea what they do, but they might do something as soon as you put them on.
The way I'm going to cast Detect Magic on both of them while we're walking.
Holy symbol has a mild magic. Doesn't look like it's enchanted, but does look like it has at least a bit of power in it. The goggles are very clearly enchanted.
Yeah, I'll try the goggles on.
I can see forever.
I have to take my lenses off, but I'll do it.
Your eyes get removed from your head. They're both scarabs now.
Maybe.
Your ants in your eyes, Johnson. Okay. Immediately you would see as the goggles themselves seem to start illuminating the walls as soon as you put them on with a sort of teal sort of outline, as it seems to almost be drawing doors all along the walls, but then you'd see as a teal X appears, as it just seems to be just as if it's trying to find doors. Moreover, you'd see as the same thing occurs whenever you seem to look at it, it seems to point out magical, like anything that any of your compatriots are wearing on their open person, like if you can see any portion of the object that's magical, it seems to pop up and then just seems to linger with like a sort of indicator that it wouldn't take a spellcraft to realize that it's basically asking if you want info on that item.
You have a HUD?
No, these goggles just don't seem to do anything.
Yeah.
No, they're actually pretty badass, and I just don't want to give them up.
At least they look cool.
Yeah, you should stay with those. They're pretty fashionable.
They're probably better on someone who has better perception than I do, but they seem really cool, and I don't know if I want to give them up.
You also see, because it seems to be written, do you speak Elven?
Do I speak Elven? I do not.
Okay. There seems to be a word written in Elven that seems to be, let's see, I can actually even get it for, that seems to be just in the top left and glowing. It just seems to be pulsating, as if it just seems to be a word.
Can I?
Self-destruct in 5. No.
I'm guessing. Yeah, it wouldn't be in English, or it wouldn't be in common letters, so I couldn't like try and pronounce it.
I mean, no, I mean, Elvish does written, I mean, they have Elven runes, but if it's written in common, which this one, but
I'm just gonna try and say it, see if anybody knows what the thing does or what it means.
as soon as you say it out loud, there's suddenly a line that shows on the ground. Like before you even get an answer, just and the word vanishes.
Oh.
Okay.
Do you know what language that was? I'm gonna hold out the
Elven?
tab that lets
If
me
anyone here speaks Elven, you would have heard her just say the word for wealth.
I was definitely keeping these fucking goggles.
Imali?
Imali.
Well, Kriark, just in case you forgot, I'm gonna kind of waggle the tablet that lets us read any language.
I mean, fair, but I think I know what that word is now.
That's
You
good.
want, no, I don't know if anyone
I
speaks
know I wouldn't know. Yes,
Elvish.
sir.
I was saying to anyone, someone who speaks Elvish has to translate for you.
Gotcha. As
No,
far as I know, it means line. When I said it, a line showed up on the floor.
It's still there. The line is still right there.
Yeah.
As long as you keep the goggle, like as you're looking, it's like
Yeah.
there's now what looks like a quest line. It's like, what?
I'm just gonna hand Dev my Death Watch lenses.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can't wear both at the same time.
Fair.
Okay, so preliminary experimentation seems that this thing looks for secret doors. I can see magical items on your persons, and I guess I might be able to like get more information on them. And when I said that word, a line showed up on the floor.
Hmm.
So all in all, yeah, worthwhile looting.
Was that like a word
I
for
do not regret the
restroom
hole.
or something?
Verthawaza that says would speak up. She said wealth in Elven.
Elf. Oh.
So probably is a line that leads to like treasure.
I would say that would be enough details that anyone with arcane could make a common man identification.
Do I have knowledge arcane? I don't.
I do.
10 plus the caster level. Let's see. I think that's enough. This once I can refind it again. Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, caster level's 3rd, so that's only 13. Yeah. Griark, with all that detail, you would know that unless it has some other features that make it better than normal, but those features are very much describing treasure hunter goggles. If that's the case, then you would know that what it is yes, that's basically 3 times a day that's identify. And it doesn't even take, it literally is just, you have to will it to do it. It takes no command word. No one will even know you do it. Same thing with the detect secret doors. That's basically at will. In this case, the goggles aren't, they don't help you in determining how the doors are open like the spell does. They just will tell you that they're there. So it's literally like, it seems to be just scanning the walls to see for doors. And then finally, the last one, it's a command word, but it seems that this elf literally put it, if she made it herself, she put the word invisible sight.
Nice.
Basically, it looks for 100 or more coins when you say the wealth one in a small area such as a backpack, chest, pouch, or sack. So it means that it found it. And it's locate object as per the spell, but at the nearest unclaimed coins by you, basically.
Nice.
So it's not just leading into Dev's pocket.
But otherwise, it's a centered burst of, in this case, 520 feet. So within that realm.
Nice. I really feel like I should give these to Sarik, but I don't wanna.
In character is fine.
I mean, Sarik already has an item for.
Yes,
For
Sarik
sure.
detects
That's
things
pretty
as
valuable.
well.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So you can tell that room doesn't go any further than the last little. Oh, god damn it, stupid. Oh my god, roll 20. You are literally gonna make me just conniption. I swear to god. There we go. So yeah.
I'll have to make sure to give these a proper identify later, but yeah, pretty cool.
Well, guess we keep going, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, I want to see where this line leads.
The line seems to go right to the right where there seems to be a closed door. It seems to go into that. But however, you do see what looks like some little jeweled statues in between 2 larger statues. Looking in this one, it's both of the statues, the large ones, seem to stand with arms outstretched towards you, and each of them has a small stone tablet lying at their feet, covered in hieroglyphs. Their hands between them seem to carry what look like a little table, but both of those tables are blank. Between them is another smaller, shorter table, about knee-high to the statues, that has 6 beautiful figurines made of solid gold, and they seem to be set with different gemstones. Each is in the shape of a cow. Otherwise, behind it, on the wall behind it, you can definitely see the visage of Toth. It seems to be just kind of like as if it's looking down, but just etched on the wall.
Nice.
Well, time to play the scariest and best worst game.
Am I dead yet?
I'll just keep walking until she says yes, you're dead.
Magical cow tipping go.
As you get to the edge, you can see the plaques in front of them. Seems to explain at least the thing, as it seems to first start with a prayer to Toth, as the giver of law and a mediator of disputes. Seems to be whenever there was anything, if there was a dispute that required the gods, Toth was the first one they'd go to as the scribe of the court, and they would explain their dispute. And this one seems to be, you don't know if it's historical or hypothetical, but it seems to be between two farmers. It seems to be discussing a flock of cows. It advises the reader to hear the testimony of each claimant, then pass judgment with the wisdom of Toth. Prove that you are as his equal.
Alrighty.
Which,
Puzzles.
if you read that out loud, then it's like even Amadra would be able to point that, yeah, the one big thing is that Toth is also one of the most humble of the gods. While he is very stern in knowledge, he also believes that anyone could be smarter than him.
Okay.
As you look at the left statue's one, the plaque at its feet reads as follows. It seems to read, "Please, I am but a humble cowherd. These cows and the milk they make are my only livelihood. I was overjoyed when the merchant offered to buy every drop of milk I had, and I quickly agreed. For my family is poor, but I never imagined that he would count the milk still inside my cows. The price we agreed to could barely buy one more cow, let alone this many. If he takes my cows from me, my family will starve." The right statue, his arms still outstretched, but he looks rather more smug with himself, with a neatly trimmed eyebrows and goatee, whereas the farmer looks very poor. His reads, "I offered to buy every drop of milk this cowherd owns, and let him set his own price. The terms clearly include the milk that is within his cows. If he owns them, then and it is not my fault that he did not consider this before agreeing. The bargain has been struck, and I demand that he lives up to his end of it, as only the milk is mine, but always the milk."
Hmm. And is there anything distinguishing about the cows?
They just seem to be different gemstones, different rubies, lapis lazuli, sapphires, but otherwise they're all gold with them embedded in them.
There's these two statues that have two empty, what do you say, like tables or something?
Yeah, they basically have like a spot. It's clear like you're supposed to place the cows on them. I'd say that's not much of a roll to really realize that
Yeah,
they're waiting to receive cows.
Yeah. Fair and balance.
I mean,
Doesn't mean that all things are balanced. The whole thing, she just says like it's that your life needs to be in balance. In deals, things must be fair, but also you must go into your own deals wisely.
I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say my perspective on this is that it sounds like the merchant bought all the milk he has, and he's claiming he gets the cows along with that because the milk is in the cows.
No, he's claiming like the future production of dairy from these cows.
Oh, but that's not the milk that he has. That's the milk that he will have. That's not the terms of the deal.
True.
He could claim that he has to freshly milk the cow right and then and there to get all the milk out that's currently in the cow, but beyond that, that's not the terms.
Also, he didn't offer to sell him any means or service of extracting the milk.
Fair.
Verla watches comments that sounds like dealing with the devil, being that particular about the details. Not that you shouldn't
Well,
be particular about the details of the devil. Not you shouldn't deal with devils. She just kind of mutters to
Right.
herself.
I mean, the other one's being very particular about the details. So.
Maybe he's
Yeah,
a devil.
that's sort of like it sounds the same as as if saying like I'll give you all of the money in my coin purse, right? And then feeling that they are entitled to whatever money you make in the future to survive.
That's particularly what he's trying to do, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, one more time. Our mummy girl that's here with us, her name?
Majoet.
Majuit, would you mind coming up here? Obviously you're a bit more experienced in things like this. So How about I go in and make sure we're not going to fall into another pit, and could use some guidance.
Yeah, so far the room feels solid.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the worst game.
You can do it.
I'll save you some time to tell you that this room is not unstable in anywhere as you go about it. Not to take away the fun from you, but
No,
I'd say
you're good.
thematically you still do it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So, the idea of this, obviously, we're not talking about fair and balanced in the sense of literally being fair and balanced, but if the idea of commerce is to be fair in your dealings and balanced with outcome, then obviously we have a person who's trying to swindle someone of a poor stature, and then we have that person trying desperately not to be swindled.
Let me give a roll to it, because like since I know that one, it's hard for me to give it for her. At the same time, I would totally just be staying silent with Verlawas, because like a Majoet is, you're very lucky you brought a Majoet, because like this is like literally a few days to her. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like
Yes.
she was dealing with these gods and values not even 2 weeks ago. To which she would kind of lean back and look at you like, now here's the problem. Here's your dilemma. Is that Toth is also all about that you should go in knowing the problems. That like if you do something like like if you blunder into a trap because you didn't know it was there, then he sees you as at fault, not the trap maker. Like because the trap maker is free to do what he will, but you should have considered that it was a possibility. That you should have. That's why knowledge is so important, is that it doesn't allow evil to thrive if you know that they're doing it, because then if you need to uproot it, you can uproot it before it's a problem.
Mhm.
So this is either ethically, entirely ethically, I agree, and she just gestures, and she actually even just touches the palm of her sword. She's like, my patron herself would find this abhorrent, but at the same time, in the eyes of Toth, I don't know if that's the same. I might actually say that it's better to give to the other.
I suppose.
Not better. She kind of
It's-
pauses and thinks about it. But it would be a judgment against the farmer not being very clear. Because you need to understand that we never had issues with devils. Devils could not get through our dealings because we are very particular in our deals. You would have to literally lie or misrepresent your things in order to get through a proper contract written to the prince.
Hmm. Sorry. Can I read the thing again? What did he actually say? Like
Which one? Thingy?
the plaque by the farmer.
The farmer's plaque reads, "Please, I am but a humble cowherd. These cows and the milk they make are my only livelihood. I was overjoyed when the merchant offered to buy every drop of milk I had, and quickly agreed, for my family is poor. But I never imagined that he would count the milk still inside my cows. The price we agreed to could barely buy one cow, let alone this many. If he takes my cows from me, my family will starve."
I mean, he doesn't have any milk they make in the future.
That's kind of where I'm at. It's not even. I'm not trying to disrespect you, Armando. You clearly know more about the values of these gods than we do. It's just I can't get around the fact that like the terms of the deal do not at any point state that he can take the cows or future milk. So it's not a
She points
It's
at the
not an
cows.
ethic thing.
I don't think it's representing the taking the cows entirely. I mean, I know it says that, but I feel like it's saying the milk's still within the cows. Who does it belong to? That's all it's asking for.
right.
Hmm.
I mean, the milk's
So it's
still within
I
the
don't think there's anything about
cows.
them regenerating milk. I think you're adding to this problem that doesn't exist.
Well, I got that because he said if he takes my cows.
Right.
So I mean, that's in the problem.
I get it.
I
I'm
understand.
saying that though the problem isn't. That's not what Toth would be doing. Like that's clearly not the thing. It's
Mhm.
saying that how would you put milk here? She kind of gestures at it. This is how, because like she shows like the gemstone is showing like something. It's not the cow itself. You'd make the cow out of gemstone.
Right. Okay.
I think the way that they're sparkled about it, because it comes out of the udder, but like, it's theoretically still in the cow. So I think that's how she's reading it. That could be wrong. I think because it's straightforward. To me, I would read this as Toth is asking us who gets the milk in the cow, because that's the only quandary.
Yeah.
Yes, the farmer's worried about him taking the cows, but that might be for him just, you don't know whether like it's to take it or to take it to milk them and return it. And because we don't know, then we have to act on the one that we know is the question, which is the milk in the cows. Who does it belong to?
Yeah. We don't know that he intends to further screw over the farmer. So, I suppose.
No, we do. He literally says.
Yeah, he literally says he's intending to screw over the farmer. It's the farmer's fault for not being smart enough.
Hmm.
Which does sound like Toss values if the trap thing is to be understood.
I would take it as it's saying that he owns the milk and that he must take care of the cows. Like, I could see the future one as potential, but I personally don't see that. I see where you're coming from, though.
So, by this logic, we put the cows on the merchant's table?
I think so.
It seems to be the answer it wants.
Yeah, we just gotta go by what we think that it wants, so.
Let's hope we're right. I hate to see what happens in this room if we're wrong.
Kind of small. Do we want to reposition?
I mean, I'm in this hallway, so hopefully nothing comes down the hallway.
Always do it like those good old myths where it's like, which mother is telling the truth and gets the baby. It's like, oh, if we just cut the baby in half.
Cut the cows in half.
I mean, I think that's why there are 6 of them, honestly, to see that maybe like some people might think that it's best to give them all to one or all to the other, and some might say to split them to be fair. But unfortunately, it's not about fair in this situation. It's about who's right.
Yeah, I don't see how that would be fair to either one.
What if neither one of them is right?
We just sit here and just stare at the cows. We
Yep.
refuse. Put the cow in your bag. George just laughs.
We
We just
pry
take
the
the cows and
gems.
throw them down the spike pit.
We pry
Yeah,
the gems out of the cow, give those to the merchant, and give the cow.
Clearly, we need to get the
Wait.
scarabs.
I mean,
Wait.
that might be an option.
That's not a terrible. If the milk gems are
Wait.
milk, then that's not a terrible
Yeah.
option.
Yeah, do they come out?
The gems do come out.
Aha!
God damn
I'm
it,
just
you're
gonna,
right.
I'm just like gonna go grab Dev and kiss him.
Hmm.
At the last minute, the wise Dev saves us.
Damn it, if only cameras were invented.
Eh?
What? Don't worry about it.
Which then at that point you could easily put the gems on the merchants and put the cows to the farmer.
Yeah, because the farmer still owns the cows. The contract said nothing about the person getting the cows, only the milk.
Yep. I
And,
think we
and
got
I'm
it.
assuming the money that comes from it, which would be the gems. So yeah.
Yeah.
As you place the gems on the table to the merchant and then place, and it seems to wait at that point until you place all the cows, and at that point you would see as the gems seem to just move and just levitate up, but the cows themselves just wink away and vanish. But all the same, there would then be just what is it? You would see a little bit as if the jaw of the bird-like face of Toth just seems to open and speak, as it simply just in Ancient of Siren seems to just simply say that the heart cannot guide what is truly right, and that misguided benevolence breeds evil. That simply sorry, I had to double check that it said something else about a time limit, but no, we haven't hit that yet. But it simply, and then says something very similar to just when you fully know that which you deal with, their evils are laid bare. And sure, you always know. But, and then you'd see as the gemstones seem to float over, and then just, you'd see a little gold kind of gift dais that seems to just kind of appear on the table. And then just the gemstones all arrange into a little pattern where they all just kind of sit kind of sequentially by color. Seems, which Amajoit would just simply just look at it, and that looks like our reward. Looks like we answered right.
Just for funsies, I'm going to write down the order of colors.
Green? Yeah.
Just in case it's a puzzle solution later on with this place.
Hey, you
For
never know.
flavor's sake,
Good call.
for flavor's sake, basically that is 2,400 gold worth of gemstones.
Ooh. Gemstones.
And then the
400
dais that I just presented to you as well is worth 1,800.
Sweet.
I didn't even spell
How do you spell what?
dais.
D-A-I-S.
Is it really that? Okay.
Just for funsies, I'm going to do detect secret doors in this room.
No secret doors.
This is going to be the new duo. Am I dead yet? Or are there secret doors?
No?
All right. Well, we answered correctly, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if I entirely agree, but we got the right answer.
Yeah, it's not about our logic though.
I know.
Minute after the little gemstones have been picked up, that door then just snaps open.
Aha.
Yeah. Okay.
For a brief moment, Sarik and anyone near that door, you would see as if there's a figure standing in the middle of it. That you would see, but they seem to vanish even faster than before, as it looks to be that same cat figure for a brief moment. But you see more just the skeletal structure before the ghostly image seems to vanish.
Greg like tries to wave and then like it's gone too fast and just drops her hand disappointedly.
Well.
Now at this stage, since you guys got a glimpse of it, I'll put it into King or not King or Mummy's Mask. You can.
Now put it in a keymaker.
Right?
Oh yeah, Hobbs is gonna try and fuck that ghost.
I mean, fair though. I mean, truly. Like,
I mean,
I'm not saying it's
usually one to
unfair. I'm just
advocate
saying
for
he's
it,
gonna
but,
try.
like,
Not gonna try. Gonna succeed.
All right.
You're gonna need someone to let you touch ethereal.
I think I have that.
If I
I
wouldn't have,
think I have a rod that lets my spells affect ethereal creatures, I believe.
if I wouldn't have
Oh,
bonked my,
dear.
if I wouldn't have bonked my head, I used to be able to just touch things and make me able to touch ethereal.
Nevertheless, clears her throat. And she's like, "I can do that at will. I can. I mean, it's a lasting buff."
You're a wingman.
Oh my goodness! I don't know if she wants to be a wingman for that.
I could not rub the Sarik could not rub the bridge of his nose.
You're teaching his
Sarik,
daughter
she's
very
like, "I
bad
wouldn't do
things.
that."
I'm teaching her important life lessons.
An extinguisher.
This is literally just the Kiri thing all over again.
Yeah.
listen. You don't even know what kind of thing she's into.
Honestly, for all we know, talking about this is gonna just piss her off. She's gonna just fucking ghost kill us.
Sarik, not even saying a word, still rubbing the bridge of his nose, just walks fully past Char and Hobbs and just grabs Verloise by the hand and walks her back into this room and away from Hobbs.
I was in the process of trying to teach her like the finger guns.
Well, as you can see, the next hallway is just engraved on the walls, ceiling, and floor, all with different hieroglyphs and runes. And there's rays of light that seem to be illuminating different various objects and figures on the walls. And it becomes very clear that the hieroglyphs say a repeating sort of phrase that seems to be, "O great Toth, bearer of the moon's light, in which all things are revealed." You can say that over and over. You can see also that there is also a massive... Oh wait, no, I apologize.
You don't see anything massive. Ignore that.
There's light that seems to be getting cast in the next room, as it looks like there's a giant man sitting on a throne that seems to be a statue, but just seems to be awaiting you far in the next room. But you can see light illuminating in beams in that room.
Alrighty.
I'm guessing the line keeps going in there.
Yes, the line keeps going in there.
Time to Go to the light room.
If that's written on the walls, is that like something we have to like chant or something?
It doesn't hurt
Because
to
it
chant.
keeps repeating. Yeah.
Well,
Just for
I'll tell
funsies,
you
let's
what.
chant it.
Yeah. Yeah, cursive, I'm gonna, as I'm stepping down this hallway, I'll chant the phrase in the wall.
I need to double check one thing on this but yeah, nothing seems to jump out of the hallway as you move down it.
Okay. Into the hallway now.
As you look into the next room, I will illuminate it for you. Also, gotta put the beams of light in here, so give me a second.
Lasers.
So the description is, in the center of the far wall is a massive 25-foot tall relief carving of a muscular man with the head of an ibis bird, seated on a giant throne, holding an ankh in one hand and an unfurled scroll in the other. A pair of large circular mirrors mounted on metal frames, which stand a few feet to either side of the door, and point toward the statue, reflect beams of pale silvery light which descend from small shafts in the ceiling above. You can see, sure enough, as it looks like as you Griark, you can see as the beam of light seems to go the quest marker seems to go right into this room and stop in the middle of the floor.
Interesting. The line stops in the middle of the floor.
There's nothing there.
Maybe there's a secret floor panel.
Maybe.
Just go through the floor.
I guess Tariq will find out when he gets near it.
Yeah.
I mean, Garrick's already gone through one floor today.
It's
Yep,
probably,
I hit my floor quota.
You did it again.
it's probably best if we don't go through any more of those floors today.
I mean, I got a cool pair of goggles and a maybe slightly powerful holy symbol. I don't know.
You know, you sure did.
I also got like a gaping wound that's probably going to scar over, but yeah.
I did pretty good. Yeah, it's fine. We'll deal with that later. All right, I'm gonna take another step.
Nothing occurs.
Okay, I'd like to I
Mhm.
don't know, get a good old look around.
Let me
Is
draw
there
a
a,
line here,
a
one second.
ghost cat
There's one.
lady?
None in this room really. Nothing you see. And then the light seems to be coming from the mirror, going like so. Two beams of light.
What's it say in the hallway again?
Oh, great Toth, by the moonlight which you guard, reveals all truths, I think it is. Bearer of the moon's light, in which all things are revealed.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
can I look in that mirror? Is it day or nighttime from where that light's coming from?
I mean,
Or is
looking
it-
at it, you can see that it does seem to be nighttime. Well, actually, if you look up the shaft, you would actually see daylight, which is weird. But it seems to be moonlight that's coming down through it.
Well,
Interesting.
Okay.
Looks like you're also getting fresh air in here.
What on the statue is the moonlight hitting specifically?
The statue, it seems to be kind of pointed at its base, two little spots on it, like not quite so center that I put it. Looks like those mirrors also look like they sit on daises that can be turned. You very clearly can see that. Like I made it.
I'm seeing if if they're hitting the statue in a spot that's like, I don't know, significant to receive said moonlight.
Kind of like
Otherwise,
the
I'll-
lowest corner of each of it, so the left and right corner.
Okay.
So wait,
there any,
if
like-
we know something is in the middle of the room, can you point it towards that?
Can try.
It reveals
Basically,
things.
on this square here. Oh shit! Didn't mean to add another line. I can't erase it, so ignore the center line. But that's the square that the thing seems to be pointed to.
Okay. First thing I'm gonna do. I don't want our companions getting hurt coming in here. So, just making sure at least the beginning area is like not going to cave in and kill a bunch of people.
As soon as you step forward into the middle there is a little bit of a bump of something there, and you hear a jangle of coins. Seems like it feels like a pit, like a pedestal. Like as you feel up it feels like a pillar that has like a flat dais, and then as you feel to it, you would feel what feels like a sack. Seems to be silk. Judging from the jangle of coins, seems to be coins.
Right. I definitely usher the party in here.
I'm chanting through the hallway just in case.
Yeah. What are these statues here on like these walls?
Seems to be the other ones there, as it seems to be Anubis and Ara again.
Are they holding anything?
No, they just seem to be sitting here and kind of holding court.
Okay. They got any like gems or jewels or anything of significance on these statues? Or they're just plain old stone statues?
Just stone statues. There seems to be a carving behind, kind of beside the statue of the ibis bird that just seems to show like more of just like the moonlight revealing like thieves and sometimes like a little like one shows like a treasure chest that looks like it's like mid being revealed, whereas it shows someone else that seems to be vanishing into the darkness.
Light reveals all.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to stand the beam?
I don't know, but I was gonna aim it towards where you're standing.
Tell you what, let me step out of the way. Just stand here.
You can give me perception checks, by the way.
That'd be great.
I will attempt.
$30.
Okay. Dev and Sarik, you can tell that there seems to be a small hatch above the 25-foot, like 30 feet up. There seems to be a small hatch there. Looks like you might be able to open it.
Cool.
We'd probably have to climb the statue for it.
Don't know if that's wise.
No.
Feel like we need to be playing Legends of the Hidden Temple music here.
We are the indigo mongeese.
Could we? Okay, why don't we try what you were suggesting first? Point both of the beams at the center. See what happens.
They are pointed at the center. Oh, you're talking where the
On the floor. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing to note is I don't know if you took it, but that bag of did you take the silk bag?
Oh, it was just there on the floor. I thought
Yeah,
this
it was just it wasn't on the floor. It was on a pedestal.
Oh well, then yeah, I would have taken it.
Yeah. So you would have the bag, but you would note that it is still invisible, and the coins within, like you could reach and feel coins, but it's still visible.
Oh,
They're still
Can I-
invisible.
So you can just like move it into the light. You don't have to
yeah,
really
that's what I'm
onto it.
gonna do. Can I just move the bag into the moonlight and see what happens?
If you go to wave the bag into it, as you wave past it, you see as it illuminates the bag, and you can see this fine crimson bag that seems to have like an etching on it. That probably as you wave it again, you see that it just seems the hieroglyph for money.
Okay. These depictions were showing, treasure being revealed, but it was also showing thieves disappearing. So,
Correct. Well, it showed a thief being revealed, and then someone else vanishing as they stepped out of the light. Could be a thief, could be a murderer, could be a good person.
It could even be a boat.
It could be a boat.
could we possibly swing the mirrors, like the one at the top of the room to point at that statue, and the one at the bottom of the room to point to that statue?
Sure, go for it. Give me a strength roll.
Like, are we like, is everybody cool with that?
I'm cool with that.
That's fine.
I'm not strengthy today.
I'm apparently not either.
Okay, it takes some effort. Luckily, it's not something you can fail, so I'm not really worried about the natural one. just see as far as it's definitely like a ordeal as you're moving it from bit to bit. But it finally gets there and illuminates that one, and then the other one illuminates that. It seems like some details, as it looks like what's their hands suddenly grow, as it seems to be Anubis gains what looks to be a like a harvesting scythe. Doesn't look particularly vicious. It just seems to be very simple. Whereas then, or not Toth, excuse me. What did I say? Aro? On. His name's On. Aan. On. Seems to be holding what seems to be a quill, as well as like a quill of a bird, and then a orb.
Yes, Wiggles for Koala.
Okay. So he's holding a quill in a what?
A quill and an orb.
He'd be pondering.
Mm-hmm. Orbeez. So
Say perceptions from anyone that's not Dev or Sarik at this point.
I'm not Deverstreak. Not currently, anyways.
Yeah, Griark and Koala, you can definitely see as it seems like with those statues being illuminated on the far side, almost out of sight. Seems like after moving those two, the two of them don't really notice. I.e., that's what the check was to see if you noticed anything else get illuminated as you were doing it. But on the far side, almost out of sight, it seems like now a bas relief has come into view, as if putting the mirrors on their statues has unveiled two new pictures.
Hey, new pictures.
I would point out that this statue as well has vanished. You can't see it or the door.
Oh.
Fun stuff.
Otherwise, examining the pictures once they're pointed out, assuming someone does, between you two, you would see that it seems to show what looks like a little more story than hieroglyphics, but there are hieroglyphics narrating them. That looks like it's simply showing that between Anubis, in case of the death, as well as then On, in the case of almost in all of his duties, seem to unlock the greater intricacies of true wisdom, and thus he relies on them. But at the same time, it falls to him. Whatever that may mean.
I don't know.
Could you repeat what you said?
Simply put, it seems that it just seems to be a story on either side that just simply says that Toth appreciates Anubis and On as basically helping him learn true wisdom. But at the same time, true wisdom is his to source. And that basically they help him unlock any problems that he has. Currently, your lasers are. We'll choose a different color, I suppose. So if you didn't go crossways, which would have illuminated the gold if you didn't have the treasure hunter goggles if you had gone crossways. So.
So we noticed the hatch above the statue in the middle. Do we still see it?
No, the hatch seems to be missing, and the statue in the middle west are now gone.
Okay. This depicts these two additional pictures. Discern.
Verlois points out that if something's changing, I suppose you could feel it if you were deeper in there.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
I'll step up to the center.
Just slap him on the back. Go ahead, Dad.
This totally isn't dangerous at all.
Nothing
Exactly.
occurs, nothing jumps out at you.
Do I feel any shift in difference of like my immediate surroundings?
I mean, you can feel that the statue's still there, even though you can just tell it's invisible.
That's good news. Can I actually let me approach this? Is there even like a throne there anymore, or is it just an empty square as far as I see? Like it's an invisible thing, yes, but like
You can still feel that there is a throne and a statue of a bird-headed man there. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be able to determine in that much detail, but you can tell it's a statue in there even without touching it. What if you walked up to the foot of the statue? That'd be close enough that you could even feel the hatch. You can feel it's up there.
yeah. We'll do that.
Could try changing some setup of this.
Yeah. Either crossing the beams or putting both of them to orient to one statue.
Yeah. Clearly, we
Which
point
one
them
would
at
you
each other.
Well, no, probably not.
Becomes like the mushroom trick in Super Smash Brothers, where you make the mushroom of death.
Why don't we defy Ghostbusters and cross the streams?
And make them look at the statues opposite of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, whoever wants to help Dev move, because Dev can move one. If you want to do them simultaneously, or we could just have one person move them one by one. As your natural one code, you can't
try.
fail it. It's more like how apparent are you are to certain other details.
I'm not super strong. I can try and move it.
I mean, none of us have a huge mod.
No, I mean I do whenever I go into a defensive stance.
Oh, yeah, look at that 9.
Sarik, you notice one thing as they do change it. I'm going to change to another color. I guess we'll make blue ones here. But Sarik, as soon as the first beam is moved off of a statue, and then it seems to linger as there's a beam off both of the other statues, you can feel a very small change as something seems to flick in the door and then reflick as soon as there's a beam of light on each statue. You're currently on the blue setup now.
You said as they were changing, and I felt the first.
You felt
Beam,
something change. So there's no way that you would have enough detail to know what just changed, but you feel something change in the hatch as soon as the beams leave. As soon as even the first beam leaves a statue, and then like in this case, it would be like Dev and then Griark right after, and then it didn't seem to change again until there was a beam of light on another statue again. Then whatever it did seemed to just undo. You don't know what it on and off, but.
Interesting.
Yeah, definitely tell it's a party.
If only we could see.
It'd probably help if we open that hatch then. I was just nervous about doing that if we were going to get blasted by essentially disintegration rays and get destroyed.
I mean, it's still possible.
You didn't disintegrate the bag. There's that.
You said what about the bag?
I will point out that you do notice one thing, that the bag, even though it's no longer on the pedestal, as you turn the beams to cross, as both beams cross on the middle one, and as you notice, they don't cross on it anymore, but as they both did, the pedestal turns visible and seems to stay visible, as does, even though it's in a different spot, the bag of gold in your hands.
Uh-huh.
It seems to be just a reward for kind of playing with it. Doesn't seem like it's the answer, but it just seems like it's extra loot.
Right.
Molly. So we point them back at the middle statue and see if you can open the hatch.
Yeah, probably best. I will step out of the way of the beams. Well, actually, I guess they've already swept past me a
Yeah,
couple
you
times.
don't want to be revealed.
You got waved over, nothing happened.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, it's fine. You just pointed back at the statue.
This is
They
not
both
revealed.
hit you, and then you disintegrate.
You turned into a werewolf. What animal would you be like a lichen of? Jeez.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sarik, rather.
Raccoon.
He
Honey
said
badger.
you're a
He's
raccoon.
a rare trash panda.
I'm here to take your holy icons with my little mitts. Okay. I suppose I will.
Why do I feel the need for prosthetic limbs from other people?
I
You
will
feel the-
respectfully climb this statue and open the hatch.
You do notice one thing, Sarik, is as they pass off of those other two statues, you feel that click again, but it doesn't return as it returns to those, but it does make the statue and the hatch visible.
Perfect. Yeah, I
Okay,
will
climb check.
climb check.
Jake.
Oh my god, if I'm not mistaken, Sarika's real bad at this. It's probably
Just like
like one of the worst people to get up here.
Just like a turtle. That's pretty good.
I'll take it.
You're kind of jungle gymming your way up there. You're kind of going. It's going all right. As you get about 20 feet up, the north beam suddenly shifts to the red, and as it turns invisible, you fall 20 feet to the ground.
Oh dear.
Ow.
8 bludgeoning, lethal.
Oh,
But
okay.
now the north one is on the red beam now, as it just seemed to shift of its own accord.
Huh. Okay. I'm definitely obviously not standing where the statue was.
Now it didn't like launch you off. That was mainly just when it turned invisible. You're like, oh fuck, and then you misstepped and fell.
Right.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe the statue went ethereal or something.
No, it's
Yeah.
just
Dropped.
the north mirror seemed to suddenly switch over to the red statue, or the red line, I should say. That's why I have them like that, so that you have orchestrations of their positions. You can just say like right now they're both on silver.
Okay. Dev, could you shift that back?
I can.
At least try to see if it's locked.
It turns just fine. You turn it back, and the statue is now visible again.
Okay.
Does somebody else want to try climbing?
Yeah, it might be best.
It looked like you're a little heavy.
Oh, wood.
Is anybody good at climb?
No.
Or the Walls raises her hand. Or no. Excuse me, no, she doesn't. That's a Viduz. She's not a Viduz. She's a different type. I apologize.
My climb's a 3, but I have it so that I won't get hurt if I fall.
My climb is a 1.
My climb is also a 3, but I definitely will get hurt if I fall. So you're up, Hobbs.
All right. Well, I'll get a little hurt, but not too badly hurt.
We do have climbers kits. Can we like? Well, I don't really want to drive pythons into a.
What am I doing? What am I climbing?
So you see where I'm standing?
Yeah.
It's a statue of this god here, and above it's a hatch. We're gonna open that to see what's in the hatch.
Gotcha. Cracks knuckles. I shall attempt to climb.
Do it up.
All right. Excuse me. All right. Does anyone have some chalk powder I can put on my hands?
I mean, I have some chalk.
Rub my hands with chalk. Get a good grip. Wipe the sweat off. All right, let's do this. There we go.
30, 20.
Hit it.
Yeah, you're doing a great job with it. Sure enough, the north mirror again turns to the red format, except with your check there, you don't fall. It just suddenly turns invisible. You can try to continue on, but you feel like you're not quite there, but it is about when you're about 20 feet up again.
Can we shift it back while he's climbing so he just has it visible again?
Yeah, you can do that.
I will try.
I believe in you. I'll just wait here.
I need to roll.
Nope. But I need you guys to hold for a second.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
About to die.
As you go to grab it to start to move, and you grab it to start pushing it back, and you feel it's not locked. Dev, as you're sitting there, suddenly, there's just a spurt. It's not like a jugular, but there's a spurt right under your chin. Like it looks like something aimed for your neck, and suddenly you're spraying out blood from your neck, and you take 8 slashing/piercing damage, and then 9 negative energy damage. As it seems like a negative energy spell discharges in your neck.
Ow.
Ow! What?
What?
You do get a will save from the negative energy spell.
Fuck's sake.
But nothing appears. It just seems like you just suddenly just.
Okay, don't touch fucking mirror.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Maybe we're
Can
getting
I-
punished for taking too many tries.
you said I can attempt to
God
keep
damn it.
climbing, right?
What? You are fine. You were stable. He wasn't. He wasn't stable, so he fell. But you're still gripping. You're like, well, okay, I'm good. I would say the one unfortunate thing, not to hose you from actions, but if you could hop down too, I would say. But if you take a hand off, you're slippery enough that you'd probably fall. Like your grip is tenuous. I.e., you made the DC to stop climbing because you basically failed by under 5, so you don't fall. But if you release a hand, your climb check goes down by 5, and then you'll fall. So basically,
Gotcha.
you know that you're that close to the DC.
Okay. So it's a
Of
fucking
it
high
being
DC.
invisible. It seems like it's fine when it's not invisible, but when it's invisible, the DC is probably 25.
Cool.
But it seems like this thing is turning it. But even then, you'd see actually, I just need to know what everyone's doing at that point, because this is basically not combat, but pseudo combat.
How far am I from the latch?
From the latch, 10 feet.
10 feet.
And you could give me an acrobatics to jump for it, if you want to do that for your turn.
I'll do that. Yeah, I have a pretty solid acrobatics.
Yeah, I'd probably ask for an acrobatics. This is a high jump without a running start. And then I would need and you only need to get 5 feet, because 5 feet would put you in reach, so that's looking for a 15. And then I would need a climb check to basically hang on to it, because it's basically you grabbing on and holding.
All right, well, let's see what I can do. All right, acrobatics first.
Okay, you get high enough.
Okay, grab for it. Nope.
Yeah, so you guys see Hobbs as he goes to. Well, first of all, I mean, are you good?
Let's see. Yeah, I'll just drop from there.
Okay. Yeah, and then you have feather fall, so then there's no fall damage. But yeah, you see him jump for it, and he gets there, but then his fingers slip off the now invisible grate as then he just floats back down to the ground.
Well, technically speaking, I could cast Featherfall, but I also have Boots of the Cat.
And just take minimum damage.
Yeah, and
You
I'll
got
just
it,
take
yeah,
minimum
that's fine
damage.
too.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
so
wanna-
then
I
that's
don't
just
wanna
2
waste
damage.
spell just yet.
It'd be 2 damage because you take minimum, which
Yeah.
and it's still the same type of whatever it would be. Or no, it's all non-lethal automatically. So yeah, 2 non-lethal.
Yeah.
All right. So everyone has a turn. So whatever you guys would like to do.
Damn it, I was close.
Amajawet, seeing that blood spurt, steps forward to this spot here and is going to spend her turn casting a cure on Dev.
I could try something, but I would
So
need
that game-
a smaller creature to volunteer.
Sorry, what did you say, Cursive?
Amajawet steps forward and casts an Inquisitor heal, so healed you for 9.
9. Okay.
She's looking around like, what precisely is going on? Did we offend this? This doesn't make sense. Toth wouldn't.
Apparently I chose poorly. I don't know.
I mean, I'm going to, I guess, if we each have a turn.
Yeah, and Dev can complete their action to complete the turn or do something there too. I just figured you'd stop being stabbed. But continue on.
I'm going to move up to Dev and cast a ablative barrier on them.
Okay. Go ahead and move wherever you would. Okay. So, Dev, you have your turn, kind of partial thing because you started the turn of it. So I'd say you have you can complete that turn if you want and turn it back to the statue. But otherwise, at this stage you drop down, so you don't really need that. Otherwise, you have your turn.
I guess I point it back to the statue.
Okay. Further, Waz is able to confirm that she doesn't detect any undead as she just casts a hand back and forth as she's trying to feel for it.
I think it's thieves.
Riar? Fair, excuse me. Yeah, Sarik. Were you saying something? I apologize.
I think the issue and the reason why Dev was struck was my fault, and I asked him to move that mirror back to its original orientation. I think this is to prevent thieves, and I think that's what it's viewing us as.
Would you like to do anything, Sarik?
What's the orientation of the mirror right now?
It's back to silver.
It's back to silver.
So you can see the statue in the hatchway again.
Okay, and it got to that orientation from Dev moving it, but being hit by moving it, right? Or being hit while moving it.
Yes, while moving it, they got struck by some effect struck them is more accurate in the neck.
I would like to cross to here, enter a defensive stance, and then change the orientation of just the north one back to the red.
What's your current AC?
Current AC is 23.
This would be against flat-footed if that matters, actually.
It would
So-
matter. It's 20 flat-footed.
Okay. Not enough to make that a crit, but narrowly so. And that is 7. So you would feel as you feel a blade just slash across your neck. As you do it, you can continue it, but seems to just open up at your neck too, as it seems to be aiming there.
Cool. How much damage?
Total of 8.
Cool. Still have 2 temp hit points.
Yeah, so no actual blood spurts. It's probably just a bit of sand since you're earth connected.
Did I get the sensation that the strike was from the mirror's pedestal?
Give me perception. You might be able to determine where it came from. Then, if it is from an attack, you'd get a big bonus to it.
How about a dirty 30?
Oh, yeah. Because the attack adds another 15 to your perception, you are very certain that there's something right there. It's probably invisible.
I swing at it with an Earthbreaker.
You started... Well, yeah, because you got attacked... Oh, no, because you attacked being triggered, because you moved, swift action the thing, and then started moving. You don't have another action unless you...
Okay, then I
You
call
can
it
turn
out. Yeah, I call it out, and then I swift action turn my Judicial Hammer into an Earthbreaker.
Alright, now we're into full initiatives. Hopefully we can... It's...
You
fairly late.
motherfucker.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll wait on that one at this point.
might be for the best.
Yeah, it would be for
Unless
Now
somebody's
you're-
not going to be here next session.
You guys have discovered it, so we'll be able to start there then with combat. hopefully I have my computer back by then. God damn it! If it's 2 weeks, and I'm
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I would literally be dead. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put up a token.
I'm
was
so
even-
glad I'm so
Let me-
tanky.
I was even considering summoning my air elemental, having it like give it a rope and tell it just to fly up through the grate in the roof, and then tie off a rope and see if someone could climb the rope up to the grate.
Well, it's a horizontal hatch, but yes, still that
Oh.
would still potentially be functional. You could still potentially tie to it.
Or at least like tell the air elemental, hey, go push the hatch open. Tell us what's up there, because I can speak to it.
Yeah, that kind of stuff would work.
I was thinking
Otherwise,
that.
is missing her wings right now because that's what she was thinking the whole time silently. She's like, if I had flight, I could just fly up there and help them.
Well, the other thing I was gonna do is if I had a small creature, this definitely wouldn't have worked, and it absolutely would have hurt someone. But the second level spell I picked up was Gust of Wind. I was literally gonna lay on the ground, aim my hands up towards the hatch, and be like, "Small creature, get on! I'm firing you through this fucking hatch."
I figured it was either like I'm air quoting, an anti-theft device, right? From like trying to mess with, the puzzle of it. Or is some asshole that just slashed Dev.
He's actually technically in this square since he was manning it, and he also wanted to be able to reach Dev if Dev started turning it. But still, you would have sensed that. You sense he's behind it, so he does have cover against you, but he also is within reach of the others. It's clear he's been fucking with it. Whatever he is, you have no idea what he is. You just sense that it's an invisible creature.
What a dick.
Invisible dickhole.
Damn, I almost fucking made it too. I was one check away.
You were almost to it, which was kind of awesome, actually.
What did I have to do for that second climb? Was that also a 25?
Less actually, because like even though it's invisible, that's just a pretty easy grab. Because like climbing the statue is hard; it's not made to be climbed. But the grate is like holes. So that was
Damn.
only 15, and that's with invisibility because it would have been a 5. Because that would have been considered an easy climb, which is a 5. So it was 10 because it was invisible.
Fuck,
If it
I was
wasn't
so
invisible,
close.
you would have got it.
I was so close. That'd been so sweet.
I mean, or if someone had glitter dust too, because then you just be like glitter dust. I see everything. And
Well,
just-
That
you
would've
said
been-
you said if I would have loosed my hands, I would have fallen.
right.
I was gonna use like prestidigitation or something like that to be like, can I put
I mean,
something
what
on it?
kind
to
of
make it...
person would have glitter dust and not remember that they had glitter dust?
Do you have glitter dust? That would have solved the whole.
It's in my spell book. It's not prepared.
Oh, fair enough. You need to get that shirt that makes it so you can cast scrolls without burning them up, because that plus spellbook equals awesome.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes.
But I hope you guys had fun. I know it's a bit more. This one's a lot more puzzly than the other ones because it's not decrepit. This one's fresh. It's like
Yeah.
you're going against.
Felt like we were in the escape room.
Yep, that's kind of the point.
I'm
To be
handling
fair,
it's
it would
fine.
take multiple castings to get the entire room, so there's that.
I absolutely loved when Deco realized they could remove, like, literally that conversation of just like, yeah, but if only we could remove the gems. Like, if that's supposed to be the wait, can we remove the gems? Yes. I just said, oh.
I would like to believe that my joke about cutting the cows in half helped.
On the conversation, so I would agree. And you're not done yet. There's more of this place to go, so.
Indeed.
More pits to fall in.
Dudes to attack my necks.
Yeah. Hey, this time your neck has an ablative barrier around it, though.
Okay. So, if that is what we're signing off, then I'm going to go ahead and do my sign off, and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Go do your sign off.
Thank you everyone for hanging out with us.
Hope everyone had fun.
Yeah.
And everyone in chat, too. Stormy, you're awesome. I love you.
Yes.
Alright.
Stormy is
Stormy, you're a
awesome.
cuck.
I also love Stormy, and for
You
those
got
that aren't aware, you
Let me
should
just,
please go check out
Turn this
Stormy's.
hat back on. All right.
Stormy, you're a cuck.
Go check out Stormy's. Go check out Stormy's latest Twitter post. I heavily
No.
implore all of you
Don't.
to go check out his latest Twitter
Follow me?
post. He posted
it.
He posted it mid session, and I would suggest everyone in here and everyone
I'm
abroad,
gonna
please
fucking
go look
report
at
it.
Please go
I'm
look
going
at it.
to definitely look. It's going to be taken down. All right. Let's
It
see.
is very funny. I only laughed really hard. Okay. Chat, I love you. Be good. Don't do something I wouldn't do. All right. All that other good
Who
stuff.
won that
Love you.
contest for the picture of koala? Is that done yet?
Huh? Oh, the
Koala
contest?
memes.
Oh, yeah, it's done.
Who won it?
Yeah. It ended up being Mars. Stormy's partner.
Yeah, I never know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Hold
look
on a
up what
second.
the picture it was. I'm gonna have to find that on Twitter. because
I'll
that's not-
find it for you. Just 1 second. All right, Chad. Be good. I love you. Hey, 24-hour stream is starting tomorrow at noon. I'll see you guys there, okay? Night, guys.
Good night. Alrighty. Good night,
Alright.
everyone. Stay beautiful.